I was able to find 5 identical contracts, like word for word, and like even within them, like there was the word phishing and just a ton of other nastiness in there. So that was my clear giveaway, and then I dug deeper, and yeah, sure as shit, it was a scam. But there are a few ways of looking into it. So essentially, the best way to deal with any incoming airdrops is to completely ignore them until you have verified that they are safe. So if it's just sitting in your wallet, it's not going to cause any kind of problem for you because there's nothing that can be done. Okay, but if you try and move it and you activate the contract, it's similar to connecting to a dApp, where it's going to enable its features and then it's going to cause you problems. As far as I'm aware, and I've talked to Papa Boner about this, there is no way to remove that ERC token from your wallet. You literally just have to ignore it until the end of time.
Wow, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah, man. Like I wish I could give you more info, and like Papa Boner is the one to talk to. Last time I talked to him, we had a good conversation, and that was a little piece of what I took out of it. But yeah, man, like you really got to be careful on everything you do with this, and it makes me feel bad because for the last few years that I've been getting heavy into crypto on both the ideology and in my funds. Um, I've come to change my tune, and that's originally I had said everyone should be their own bank. And now I'm starting to think that maybe banks are in place for a reason, because a lot of people just don't have either the intelligence or the effort level to have the know-how to protect themselves. And it's really unfortunate, and it's really brought down my spirit on this industry.
Yeah, no, I was literally just thinking the same thing. Like that's gonna, things like that. If there's not a way you can, you know, remove those coins, so you don't, if there's not a way to remove those and just have to ignore them forever, just like you said, the ignorant people, the people that don't have the effort, and not to mention that'll keep people from adopting it. That also makes me. It's like, my God, crypto used to seem so safe, and now all things like that, it's just like,
Oh,
oh,
safe. So
it's
safe.
disgusting. It's
What do you mean
disgusting.
so safe? Everything about this industry is dangerous. Come on, you got to elaborate. Fill me in by what you mean by safe.
Well, it's a way to escape, like, your fiat currencies from losing value if you have, you know, let's say something silly happens, with you and the government, and they seize your funds. That's inconvenience on you, and it could be over something silly.
All right, so now let me give you two comparisons to that and why I think that you might be a little misguided on that. So, say you did dump your money into crypto, right? Because you were worried about inflation. Well, depending on what country you were in and what fiat currency you were in, I'm going to say if you bought the top, you experienced more volatility and more downside on your crypto than you did on your fiat, even though we've seen some massive inflation. So I think a hedge in the crypto industry is a bit of a joke unless your hedge is very long term, right? Because we see these things drop 85 to 99% every couple of years, right? While, yeah, we see the odd fiat dollar go to zero, like Zimbabwe's dollar or the uh, Venezuela Bolivar, I believe it was, right? We saw those things go to zero, but most fiat currencies don't have that kind of volatility, right? You slowly lose your buying pressure versus, an insane 50 to 90% drop in crypto, depending on what you're in and over what time span. Now, the other thing is, say you want to protect your assets, right? Most people don't go the route of, I need to hide this, so I'm going to go full-blown paranoia and really dig in deep. I'm going to use, Tornado Cash. I'm only going to buy peer-to-peer or through a non-KYC ATM, right? Most people won't go that route anyways. So at that point, if they owe the government that much and their assets have been seized in one sense or another, I don't see we haven't seen it yet, but in the future, I don't see it being that much of a problem of the government being able to kick in your door and take your seed phrases. Now, again, maybe you have the right paranoia level where you have those seeds stored properly, but I'm willing to bet that the vast majority don't, because the vast majority keep their crypto on an exchange, which already tells me where their mind's at. So I think to both of your statements, there are major issues with, but I understand why you would think that way. And hell, maybe you are one of the incredibly paranoid bunch that do all that.
Yeah, I can't argue with anything you say. And yes, I am that paranoid bunch.
Dude, good for you. Seriously. For somebody seriously taking anonymity safe, I recently got into a conversation with Papa Boner over this, and my big concern was, if my government becomes, fascistic or communist, where they could kick in my door for my seed. So there are things that I've taken precautions about to secure my seed phrases, but that doesn't mean that my name's not on their roster, because I went through the traditional route of an exchange. I didn't go through the no KYC, AML, ATMs, and I didn't go peer-to-peer because I was poor as shit when I started this, and I didn't want to lose that 10 to 20% right off the top. And I bet a lot of people are like me on that.
Yeah, same here. I started out doing KYC, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is not good. This is not what crypto stands for. But yeah, it's too late now. I'm on that roster that you mentioned.
And that might not be a bad thing, all right? So the way that Papa Boner explained it to me is, if you go with the flow, you're most likely not going to be targeted, because you're most likely going to be paying your taxes on your gains. You're not dodging all of these things for that reason. But if you start using coin mixers with those wallets, you're basically red flagging yourself, right? It was like the first time ever that I used Tor, and I decided that I was going to download it, on my own fucking router at my home, and then use it from my home without actually knowing what it was. I didn't do anything illegal, but I still put myself on a couple of lists right off the bat, right? So it's similar to with the coin mixers, right? Because if the governments aren't watching them, then they're truly much dumber than even the more paranoid people expect them to be.
There's no way they are not watching them.
My point. So you might be better off just flying the clear route, right? If you hide your seed words well enough, and a wrench attack won't work against you, or, a jackboot and thug door kick isn't going to affect you, then I think you're in a better position than most. But just out of curiosity, have you used any coin mixers? And really, to get into the specifics, have you used HEXradio? Because I'm very curious. I was looking into that myself to use it, and I
No,
haven't.
I have not.
Okay.
I have not used any of them, and I'm glad I haven't yet because I never, what you said about downloading Tor on your home router and then using it on your home router. I never realized, like, wow, yeah, you would want to download it on a different IP address and then use it on your everyday IP address after you download it on a different one. That makes sense. I never thought of that.
Of course, then there's your proxy and your MAC settings, right? Like, these are all things I learned after the fact, right? And I guarantee you that these mixers are going to act in the same way, that people use them and then after the fact go, oh shit, right? Or even worse, they buy Monero, for example. And I don't think I'm supposed to mention altcoins here, but I think for the sake of security, it's okay for me to mention it. There was that period where if you purchased Monero and then moved it from wallet to wallet within 1 hour, your anonymity was actually blown. So, say you took the precaution, you bought Monero, and then, like, through either peer-to-peer or non KYC AML ATMs, which I don't even know if there are any, but if there are, cool. But say you did both of those things, and then you used, say, an atomic swap feature within the hour to buy new coins, which is now your new wallet, which is what you're trading with. And then 6 months later, you find out that you now have no anonymity on that entire wallet. Right? It's hindsight's 2020 scenario. But hey, man, I gotta say thank you. Like, the things you've brought up and just the things we've talked about, you've really got my mind stirring here. So, my
Dude,
question
same to
is,
you. Same exact thing to you. You got my head spinning right now, like thinking about all
perfect.
this. Oh, what were you
So
gonna say?
now,
Sorry, I interrupted.
my question to you is, how am I doing after drinking a 2.6 of rum?
I would say impressive.
Yeah, I got into her a little heavy. And if you ever see me in this chat, it's usually because I'm drunk and I want to talk to people. So
I'm pretty sure I've seen you in this chat for a long time now, and I've never noticed. I don't know if you remember Josh Soul. He used to be real popular in here. He wasn't like an admin or no one. He was just a guy like me who just showed up a lot. He uh he showed up drunk one day and he got banned. Like he was just acting ridiculous. Like just like a bunch of us were like, man, I didn't know that was Josh Soul because he had a different account because his original one got banned probably for the same thing and then he got banned again.
oh, that's brutal, man. I've come close to being banned off of the just the normal chat, not the voice chat. Um, but due to Combat's strict review of words. So somebody will say something, and then I will try to explain why they're wrong in whatever manner, and I'll throw an altcoin in there, whether they use the example or I'm using it as an example. And it's the word itself that gives me that warn. And I've come close to being banned, I think, 3 times, and just over time my warns have been wiped. Um, but as for, being drunk and belligerent, I might have come in here being noisy, but for the most part, I do my very best to be thought provoking and conversation encouraging. I like this chat and I like the people in it, so I want to do my best to keep it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same. I'd be pretty upset if I got banned and had to make a new account because I learned way too much here.
Man, I need to come in here more and try and learn more. Um, the only time I've actually come in here in the last like 4 months is literally just me drinking too much and just being like, hey, what's up, community? Let's talk about either whatever's in the news, or hey, if there's any newbies that have any questions, let's just talk. And that's, I the only time that I've really dug in deep and learned something is when a newbie came in and asked a question about the Trezor suite that I didn't know the answer for, because I had just gotten my Trezor in the mail and I'd been unable to use it. So I jumped into the text chat and asked Papa Boner if he could jump in, because I saw he was online. And after that person was helped, I kind of got to pick his brain. And like I said, that was when I learned some of the things that I explained tonight.
Yep, I've probably learned most of my stuff from Papa. I'm sure a lot of people say that in here.
Genius. That man is a genius. But I will say, I have been much happier with my Trezor purchase than I have been with my Ledger. And don't get me wrong, I still use my Ledger. I use it fairly often. It was the company that I had issues with. But I love the fact that there is an easy to access 25th word seed phrase option within Trezor. As with ledgers, I've poked into it. I haven't done it myself, as my ledgers are occupied, and I don't want to wipe them to make a new one to play with it purely out of laziness. It's a little more complicated, so I will give Trezor that, and just a better company for less data breaches.
Yeah, this chat has really died in the last month or two. Just because nothing new's happening. Everyone's just sitting and waiting.
Well, and not just that, right? We're during the crypto winter, right? So there's nothing we can do to get around that. You're going to see lots of people flock off. And then when we get closer to the bull run, we'll see people start coming back and everything will be vibrant again. But I think this chat will experience that before most others, as I do believe we will launch during this bear. So I think we're going to get the more positive end of general chat, while a lot of crypto is going to remain in a winter for a good period of time. So if you don't mind continuing the conversation, one, so I have someone to talk to, and two, so that this voice chat isn't so quiet. How have you handled your onboards recently, if you have any?
Like getting people into crypto? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. Either into crypto or into, I guess, Hex in particular, or talking about Pulse or PulseX, because you can't really get them into it now.
Yeah, I don't have any luck getting anybody into crypto. I've got a few people. I think I convinced 2 people to invest into Pulse and Hex. And that's about all I can think of right now. I can't get anybody into crypto. And then people that I have been trying to get into crypto, they when they finally get into crypto, they message me and it's like, hey man, how do I buy Shiba Inu? How do I buy Dogecoin? And I'm like, oh my God. Wow.
All right. So if you don't mind, let's go through this on a step by step here because maybe I can help. I think right now I'm somewhere between 24 and 26 on boards, and I would say 50% of them are no coiners. The other 50% are crypto holders. So let's pretend I am a no coiner to start. All right. I want you to sell Pulse to me first, then PulseX, and then Hex.
But you're into crypto, but you're a no coiner. Correct?
Well, I'm saying let's pretend that I'm a no coiner, right? What's your sales pitch here? How are you trying to convince them?
All right. Well, first off, you're a no coiner, but are you like into crypto? Do you pay attention? Do you want crypto, but you just don't have the money right now?
No, I have no idea what it is. My buddy told me that he made a bunch of money on Doge, and I would like to learn what this is so that I too can make gains.
I would start off with like, yeah, I'm really into crypto. It's really, changed my life quite a bit. And I would, go into the details about decentralization and why it's what it is and how a lot of good cryptos, they have a hard cap, a set amount, because people mostly don't understand how inflation works. They just think the dollar goes up in value and that's inflation. And then I explain, well, no, it's like a supply and demand kind of thing. Like once there's so many of something, it loses value. And then, I go on from there and I go on and of course, I would mention Bitcoin because that's the one that started it all and how it has a set amount and how the transactions work and, about how mining uses up a lot of energy, but there's these new cryptos that have hard caps and they have other features and they got higher transaction rate and they don't run on mining networks and yada, yada, yada.
So going in, and it's the hard. As soon as you start explaining,
Your mic's really muffled. I can barely hear you.
Sorry, man. I had. Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, so apparently it's pulling off my left mic and not my right. I put the left in my pocket so I could hear my surroundings, but that's fine. So right off the bat, I think you're going way too hard. And when I say way too hard, I mean into the technicals because anybody that I've ever talked to about money, as soon as you're done explaining why fiat currency is garbage and why the $20 bill in their pocket won't be worth $20 in the future, they've already glazed over and they're no longer listening. They don't fucking care. So keep things more exuberant right off the bat, right? Don't start shit off as this is why your shit's garbage because it doesn't work. Try and explain it more from like a stock perspective. And the best way I've explained this so far is with Hex as an example, and then with Bitcoin as a following. Because most people like to hear smaller numbers before bigger numbers. Because if you just throw a huge number at them, it scares the fuck out of them, right? Like, that's why we tell people that Hex will give 38% APY and not 1.2 million% APY, right? Like if you bought from 2020, you've experienced millions of percent of APY, at least when we were at the top, right? That scares the shit out of people because anything they've ever heard of, right, is between 2 and maybe 6%. If they're a sophisticated investor, they might have heard up to 20%. And that's on the higher risk things. So If you're talking to a sophisticated investor, you're going to go with a different route. But the vast majority of no coiners, well, come on, they're not sophisticated, right? Most people that I've gotten into this have never made an investment in their life and don't understand finance to save themselves if there was a gun against their head. So the best way to explain it is to explain it as how to make money. So I had a buddy that put in a couple $100 into Hex, and he made millions off of it. I use him as the first example, and I use that to start with to say, listen, if you buy the right things that have certain properties, right? They have product market fit, they have tokenomics, they have pumpamentals, they have all of it, then you will be set. And you hold it. Holding it is important, right? Obviously. So building on these things, right? So Hex did a 10,000 Hex in 2 years. I had a buddy that put in $300, right? A little more than 300 because he had some free claim too. But at the peak, it was worth 3.5 million, right? So that was in 2.5 years. Now you say that to a no-owner, to anybody who doesn't give a shit about crypto, their eyes pop and they are paying attention. They want to know more. But you start talking about how the US government is printing into oblivion the same garbage they've heard over and over again from either their friends, family, news, whatever. They just glaze over the finance shit. So you need to make their eyes pop first, and then you need to explain the most basic things, right? So my thing is, like I said, I explained Hex, and then I explained what Bitcoin did, right? So Hex did 10,000x in, I think it was like 2.3 years or 2.4 years. Then Bitcoin did a 69 million X in 12 years. And I say 69 million X and not 6.9 million X, as Richard says, because the lowest traded Bitcoin price that I've been able to find is 1/10 of a penny. So, oh shit, sorry guys, can you hear the sirens?
Yeah, I can hear the sirens, but I was still listening to you.
No, give me a sec here, I'll go inside. We'll just have a smoke. Oh, look at that, I don't even need to, they fucked off. Okay, perfect. All right, is my mic still okay? Or if I put the right one in my pocket, does it fuck it too?
No. I hear you fine. I hear you fine.
All right. So now that you have explained Bitcoin and Hex to them and the astronomical gains that they can make, their eyes are popping and they're full attentive. They are listening. Okay, now you can go into a little more of the technicals. Now you can introduce Pulsechain, right? So you've already explained Hex, or at least the numbers that it's done. If they ask more about it, explain more about it. Simple as that. But if they don't ask, just move on to the next topic that's a little bit more complicated, right? Until they ask a question. And then once they ask that question and they're actually attentive, then you answer and then you proceed from there. And then you gotta change up your strategy for how you're talking to these people based on the questions that they answer. So, it does get a little bit convoluted, but so my next thing that I would say if they asked no questions was, okay, so have you heard of Ethereum, right? And did you know Ethereum did a 10,000x within its first 2 years or just after its 2 years? Okay, great. Now, there are things called forks, which are copies of Ethereum, which have done very well as well. Now, they have done an average of 1,250x over 2.5 years, depending on which you bought. But the average is 1,250x. Now, Pulsechain is a fork, a copy of Ethereum. And it does not have inflation, it has deflation. And then you can go into explaining a little bit of that. If they start to glaze over, move backwards towards the gains, towards the eye-popping shit, because these people aren't going to be asking you security questions right off the hop. They're not. But by the end of the conversation, before they leave, you want to encourage them to contact you, since you're the one onboarding them, to talk to you before they make purchases, because then you can start talking about security. But you want the eye-popping, attention-grabbing shit first. That's number one to make the sale. And that's not even into Hex or Pulse, right? That's into Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? If they jump into one of those, then you can start deviating into why it's better, right? So when you said your onboards wanted to jump into SHIB or Doge or NFTs, or I think those are the three you mentioned, but those are the ones that you want them to call you before they make the investment. If they do make the investment, that's fine, because it's most likely sitting on an exchange. They won't have the technical chops to hold their own keys yet. But at that point, they're invested, they care, and you now have their attention. From there, then you start leaning into these things. Then you start leaning into security. And you just, maybe you should make a disclaimer depending on who you're talking to. If you're talking to a really rich guy, maybe you make the disclaimer of security. But if you're talking to somebody who's going to throw $100 into something, then security is a second topic, right? This isn't somebody that's going to turn around and put, 100 grand on Coinbase or something. So you don't have to worry necessarily about them. Has everything I've said so far made sense? And I don't know, do you have any questions?
No, what you're saying is making sense.
Okay, perfect. And then, so from there, then, you can start to really dig into security and you can start to push forward from there. If these onboards are really close to you and you trust them, they trust you, I don't really want to recommend this, but it's what I do. All right, so that's exactly what I'm going to say. I do not recommend this, but this is what I do. I walk them through step by step in front of them. So what I like to do is I like to make a test wallet for them, or if they have a hardware wallet, which I always push for, if they have invested more than 1 week's salary into security, which I'll walk them through how it's all done, make a dummy account, and then break it off there. And then I'll say, okay, dummy account is done. Now we're going to take all those seed words and passwords and anything else I've seen, and we're going to crumple them up and we're going to burn them so nobody else ever sees them. Now that you know what you're doing, you're going to make your own. And if you do have any questions, you're going to contact me in a way that I am not present and no one else is present during these scenarios. And then I'll continue with security from there and with tech in general, because like I've got a few onboards that don't know what EVM is and don't give a shit. They can't tell the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum, and they're happy knowing that I've brought to them a potential to make money. And they're happy with that. And that's the extent they'll go. I don't push any harder because I'm wasting my time if I do. Now, I have other onboards where I get phone calls on a daily or weekly basis, depending on the person, asking me new questions and trying to figure out new things. And to be honest, these onboards are the best to have. Not for them. And this is really selfish in that way. For me. Because these guys ask me questions that sometimes stump my brain, that make me have to dig deeper to get their answer and make me learn more. And this has happened a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean 5% of the time. I bet you once every 2 months, give or take, I get a phone call, an hour-long conversation that leads me with 10 questions at the bare minimum to go dig into to help these guys.
Yeah, sorry I'm so quiet. I like everything you're saying. I just don't know how to respond to it. But I understand, like, whenever you try to teach somebody, they come at you with questions you would never think of, and then you look into it and then you learn more. So it's like you're teaching them and they teach you in a way.
Oh, absolutely. Like, and here's the one that I got today that really made me think back to when I had learned things, and I'm hoping that I got the answer correct. But the question asked to me was, why does or how does EVM compare
EVM.
to UTXO? And that one really made me think because they didn't understand. Well, and we got to that. I should mention how we got to that question. So my onboard had called me and said that he believes that we will launch before the merge for Ethereum 2.0, and I had to explain to him why it didn't matter. And after explaining UTXOs and EVMs, he did understand. I don't know, maybe should I go into more detail there? Are there questions there? Because I bet you that sounded really convoluted and kind of snarky.
No, I don't have any questions about it.
Okay, perfect. So you're already on page. But seriously,
Well,
man, I mean, we got we got
I do have a question. I do have a question. Did you said before the ETH 2.0 merging, is there a set date for the ETH 2.0 merging that's finally happening?
well, it's not a set date because they keep pushing it back, right? Like they had a set date back in June, and it just kept getting pushed back. And it was July, and it was August, and now it's September 19th. So if September 19th is the answer you're looking for, there you go.
Right, I forgot they had a bunch of set dates and kept pushing them back, and they'll probably continue to push it back.
All right, so I have a question for you. When was Ethereum 2.0 idea brought to the community?
Say that again.
When was the Ethereum 2.0 idea brought to the community?
Like, why did I bring it up?
No. So the original announcement of Ethereum 2.0, the very first announcement of it, right? When was it brought to the community's attention? What year?
Oh, I don't remember. I know it was a while back.
It was in 2016. So in
Well,
2016, 6 years ago, Ethereum 2.0 was announced. 6 years later, we may get, maybe we'll get the first edition of it. Now, if you listen to Vitalik talk about Ethereum 2.0, his estimate to it being finished is 6 years from today. Well, 6 years from 3 or 4 months ago when that interview was taken, but basically 6 years.
That's wrong.
Oh, please, educate me if I'm wrong.
Come on, brother. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. That's so not true. Well, at least what I've heard.
Well, then tell me what you've heard, and we'll go from there. Don't just
Oh,
tell me I'm wrong and then go quiet. I don't want to hear that.
I'm not going quiet. I haven't gone quiet since I brought it up. So they're saying September 19th, which is next month. Now, I agree with you. They've been talking about Ethereum 2.0 for 5 or 6 years. I agree with that. But I will say this. Pulsechain does not
I'm
lead
sorry,
to...
can I interject for 1 second?
Good.
I may have misspoken when I should have said that the completion of Ethereum 2.0 in 6 years, not the start of it, the completion. So sharding all the transaction output, all of the validators being set, 6 years. Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, cool. But I will say this. So they're talking about Ethereum 2.0 September 19th, which is obviously next month. So does it mean that their gas fees are going to be like Pulsechains? Hell no. There's no way. Now, again, they've been talking about Ethereum 2.0 for like you said, 4 or 5, 6 years, whatever the case may be. And PulseX, I don't know if people on here, I'm sure they do, have said that we can launch prior. Would it be advantageous for Pulsechain to launch prior to Ethereum 2.0? Yes. Can we launch after? Absolutely. Would it be easier for the devs with Pulsechain to launch prior to that? Absolutely. 100%. And a lot of people on here probably know PulseX and Walrus, everybody else. But that's just being real, bro.
All right, so I have a couple rebuttals to make and a couple agreements. So agreements, yes, Ethereum 2.0, as Vitalik has said, will launch in September 19th, even though that's been pushed back. So it might not be the correct date. It will launch, but it will not be complete. His completion date for starting and everything else is approximately 6 years. So now, will that affect gas fees? No, just like you said. Now, is it going to be advantageous for Pulse to launch before the merge, which is the EIP that will change proof of work to proof of stake and initiate the validators? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say it's going to be better to launch after purely because, just like you said, it's not going to fix the gas fees. What people believe that is going to come of Ethereum 2.0 is not the case because Vitalik has oversold it. He has made it seem like a lot more is going to be coming when in his vision it's not for 6 years. And he's a terrible marketer. All right. So we're not going to have transactions fixed, right? Or transactions per second, TPS. We're not going to have that fixed. We're not going to have gas fees fixed. EIP 1559, which is the gas burning function, isn't actually going to burn enough gas during the bear market, and definitely not during the last, or I should say, definitely not during the bear market, and not enough during the last bull market to make ETH deflationary. It's still going to remain inflationary. I believe that this will be a wake-up call for the Ethereans that believe there is nothing better to finally wake up and smell the roses. And in this case, the roses, they smell like pulse. They smell like pulse. But I don't mean to talk down to you, and if I sounded rude, I am very sorry. But I'm very happy to have you chatting with me.
Hey, Rob, I agree. I agree with you somewhat, but I will say this: if so many people on this chat, well, this is a new chat. I actually the reason I wanted this chat is because of Pepe and because of Gunther, and I come from the Pulsechain chat, and but I want to share this. I mean, if you think about what's going on with Ethereum 2.0, and Pulsechain. Well, Pulsechain, of course, is going to be a lot less, cheaper, faster, whole 9 yards. But with Ethereum and what's going on with that, they've been talking about this, like you said, for 5 or 6 years. But at some point, they're saying next month, September 19th. Now, will it change Pulsechain's gas fees, everything else? No, it will not. It will not. Richard Hart has already said that. And the reason
All
why,
right, but
Rob,
let me say this though. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're not done. I will let you finish. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So when you say, will it change Pulsechain? No, it will not, unless they provide some new innovative feature, which if they do, well, that's nothing but a benefit to us. Because in my books, we're already miles ahead of them in technology. Because they've chosen to do things the way they've done with a slow out roll. And so the way that they have built up Ethereum is with complete renovations, ripping out everything and building anew versus just replacing the kitchen sink and then the countertops and then maybe the plumbing if that needs done. If you see what I mean, they're not necessarily doing it in steps like they should be, though they do steps. But when they're talking about Ethereum 2.0, they're talking about a complete renovation. So they're ripping it down, almost down to the foundation and building anew. And that's probably a terrible way of saying it. And anyone with more technical chops than me is going to fucking disagree with me on that. And hey, man, if you got a better way of saying it, I'm happy to listen because I love to learn. But that's the big problem with them is instead of fixing one thing at a time, they're trying to rebuild the house. And that's where we're ahead of them because we're both open source software, right? So like Pulse chain devs have already made commits to the Solidity and Geth code, which have improved Ethereum, right? So if Ethereum beats the Pulse chain devs to their own game of improving their own software, which is ironic, then we can just adopt that same software because it's all open source. And that's the beauty of it. And that's why a lot of people shit on Vitalik, but I think Vitalik needs to be held to a higher standard than most. And don't get me wrong, he still sells the top, he still fucks people over, right? He fucked over Hex users with the S-load function, and, gas fees and other shit. He's made mistakes, but at the same time, this is a guy who's written open source software in order to make something great, which he could not achieve on a software that wouldn't let him. And this is a guy that's made a lot of dreams become possible, right? So this guy needs to be held to a higher standard. I'm not shit talking Vitalik, but at the same time, because of that, just as the same as Richard is doing, because it's open source software, if one develops it, the other has the option to incorporate it, right? We can take the same software that they're using and implement it within ourselves. And incorporate was probably the wrong language, but I'm sure you understand what I mean. And again, I apologize, guys. Like I am a 2-6 of rum deep, so I am doing my very best to articulate this conversation, making it as thought-provoking as possible.
Hey, Crypto Quack, thank you for your information. Nothing to apologize, man. You are actually educating me. Thanks, man.
Dude, that's why I'm here. Like, seriously, don't. Yeah, but I apologize because I know that I may become belligerent in a sense or insulting in others without meaning to. Even if I'm just explaining technical shit, I get a tone about me, and it's something that my father's had too. And it's something I've learned from him, right? It's not what you say to people, it's how you say it. So again,
I
if
agree.
I'm pissing people off, I'm sorry.
No, you're doing good, bro. You're doing good. Love it.
Yeah, man. And you're
Fuck yeah.
holding yourself quite well as well, man, considering, you're knocking off a bottle as well slowly. I think, I
Dude,
wouldn't even be
I'm
able to
off the
tell you're
bottle.
drinking.
Like this 60 pounder is empty, and it was a third or more when I started, and now I'm hitting
Nice.
beer and coolers. So
Guys, since I stopped smoking weed, man, I fucking put 9 kgs on drinking, mate. You know what I mean? And I
oh,
exercise a lot. So the drinks are fucking putting the weight on, mate.
so now my question is, what are you drinking?
I make my own brew. So I make
Dude, me
moonshine.
too. Fuck yeah. Oh, you make moonshine. Okay, never mind. Never mind. When I say I make my own brew, I make my own beer.
Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
do brewing too. I do a lot of brewing too. I have an 8-gallon still, and I brew a lot of mead and wine and beer. And I'm actually working on getting my license to be able to sell in stores, because the biggest alcohol store in my country, or in my part of my country, is they tried my stuff and they really want to put it on their shelf. So I'm going to go legal and have it be sold in stores.
I think I remember
Dude, fuck
speaking
yeah.
to you,
Good for you.
Spiffy.
So my question to, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name when you popped up. Is it iPulse? That
Yeah, that's
anyways,
me. Quack.
okay, perfect. Perfect. So my question is the calories that you're putting on from drinking, or is it the calories that you're putting on from the munchies that you get from drinking? And I know it's a silly question because you're going from, pot to alcohol, but I've found the same thing. So I quit smoking pot due to a job opportunity that I took, and I have put on more weight than ever. But the difference is I'm happy about it. I've been trying to gain weight for a very long time, so it's worked out well for me. But I have noticed that I eat more when I am inebriated versus when I am stoned off of pot, which is weird because most people think, pot, oh yeah, you just get the munchies and you want to eat, nothing but garbage. But, I tell you, when I'm drunk, I can eat 2 full meals of good food and not feel satiated. While if I, eat one really good meal while I'm stoned, I'm very full.
Yeah, same. Look, I'm actually happy with my weight. I've always wanted to be like 90 kgs. When I was playing, pro tennis, minor pro, I was always around the 74 kgs. And I only realize now that I should have been playing between like 80 and 90. I'm 183 in height. So the more weight would have added more power to the game. But, simple things that you notice in your older days, you don't notice them when you are younger. But yeah,
Oh,
I'm happy with my
100%.
weight. I'm happy with my weight, but I'm just so surprised that I put fucking 9 kgs on in a term.
Hey, I
10
wanted to jump
weeks.
in real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm about
Yeah,
to
yeah,
leave,
that's right.
I'm about to leave, and I just want to say the same thing happened to me. I stopped smoking cannabis about a year ago, and I am the fattest I've ever been. So it's really weird how that works. And
What do you drink?
I drink pretty much anything, but I don't drink much because, okay, so long story short, something happened to me in 2020. I got COVID, or something happened to me, and it really messed up my health, my brain, a lot of things happened, and I can't really do anything intoxicating anymore without having seizures and panic attacks. Why, I don't know. We don't know what happened. I've been to the doctor about it. So that's why I stopped smoking cannabis for a while because it was triggering my panic attacks and my seizures and was giving me heart problems along with everything else. Tea, sugar, cheese, everything, alcohol, everything did it to me. But I've gotten a little better throughout the years. But since I stopped smoking cannabis, I've put on so much freaking weight. It's insane. But I'm going to get out of here, guys. I'll be back on maybe tomorrow or something. It's really good to hear from some of you guys
before
again.
you go, have you thought
And
about
likewise.
taking like psilocybin?
Yeah, I have thought about that, and I think I have tried small little micro doses, and it's the same thing. I have like really bad panic attacks, and my brain goes crazy, and I pass out and have a seizure. Everything does it. I don't know why. Which is
Right now, I have
really
a
sad.
question.
It's really sad because psychedelics and cannabis have really helped me throughout the life, and now I'm unable to do them anymore because of whatever happened to me in 2020.
Hey, Smith.
Okay, I have a question as well, and I don't want. Sorry. Can I ask this?
Real quick, I just want to say hello to Smithy. I sitting on the Pulsechain chat, and I just want to say hello to you, brother. God bless you, man, and good for you.
Yeah, is that Jakeinator talking?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I remember you. Yeah, we've had some conversations.
Absolutely, bro. And God bless you, and I hope you're doing well, and keep your head up, and you're gonna be blessed, brother. I know you heard that on the chat a million times on Pulsechain chat, and now we're on Pepe's chat. I will say that, and good to see you here, and I wish you the best. God bless you, man.
Thank you, sir. All right, Crypto Quack, what was your question?
So now I don't want you to answer this in this chat. I'm not even going to ask you this question in this chat because that's not where it's bound for. But if you don't mind, send me a DM, and I would like to have a private conversation that's more meant for Strape, based on what you have done in 2020. But man, like he said, seriously, I wish you the best, and I hope that you get better. It's really sad to see that those things helped you and they are now turned against you. And seriously, man, for all of your questions tonight and thought-provoking conversations, thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will send you a DM and add you to my friends list now. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night. So, hey, that was Jake Nader that was just speaking. When you spoke of, I believe you said laxoacibin, can you enunciate what that is? Can you describe it to me?
Actually, I can understand what you said. I couldn't understand your verbiage. I apologize. Say it again, please.
Sure. So when you use the word laxoacibin, all right, that confused me. So if you could elaborate on that, I would appreciate that.
I again, I don't understand what you're saying. I think I'm from Southern California. I'm a Mexican. Um, the words you're articulating, I kind of understand what you're saying. But I will say this: I think I speak some pretty good English. I was born here. I was raised here. My parents were born here and raised here, and my first language is English. But what you're saying right now, I can understand.
Okay, so you said laxoacibin to Buddy, right? Was that the prop or correct word that you said was laxoacibin?
Again, laxio cited that word means something to me.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's what I
Maybe,
mean. So then you used a different word. Okay,
hey,
did you use
Crypto
the word
Crack, you sure it
psilocybin?
wasn't me saying psilocybin? You sure it wasn't me?
Well, no, and that was my next question was because I thought it was psilocybin, but I heard laxoacibin, which is why I was like, okay, this is new. What is that? So if it was psilocybin, do you mean magic mushrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't me, bro. That was somebody else.
Yeah, that was me. I asked him if he's maybe taking psilocybin or has he tried that before to help him with his mental.
Right, and he said yes, but I apologize. I heard Laxiosibin, which did not make sense to me.
Crypto Quack, that's not me.
Yeah,
At
no,
all.
that was me. I think maybe someone spoke at the same time. That's why you might have heard lack as well in there.
No, and 100%. So, in my question, then, psilocybin mushrooms, in my experience, have been productive. I know in a lot of others' experience, they have been the exact opposite. But again, I mean, maybe this is a conversation that is not meant for here. So I'm going to end it there and leave the floor open to anyone who wants to talk about anything. And I'm glad to jump in. So please, like, just talk, guys. Let's fucking give her. Hey, Jake Nader. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but your mic is on while you're coughing and sneezing. And by all means, God bless you.
Pulling a
Oh, thank
bong.
you. Hey, no, I don't smoke pot. I do not smoke
Just
pot.
joke.
Dude, I don't care if you smoke pot, man. I don't care. You're not going to get any hard shit from me, buddy.
That's not good. I'm not gonna let you kick it though. I don't smoke pot. I don't do any drugs at all. Zero.
Dude, good for you. Seriously, good for you. I went through a pretty rough time, so I can gladly tell anyone from the heart on why it is terrible to get into certain substances.
Yeah. Do you know Pepe at all?
I'm sorry, do I know what?
Pepe.
I still didn't hear you, but I guarantee you the answer is no, just by the sounds of the name.
You don't know Pepe? Are you serious?
I'm no longer a drug user. I've been clean for 6 years, and no, man, like you got to understand when I
Now,
wait, are
Pepe
you
is one
fucking
of
with
the
me?
members here. Now, Pepe is one of the members. What's going on with Pepe?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, Crypto Quack, you don't know Pepe? Are you kidding me?
When you say Pepe, do you mean the meme? Do you mean the frog? Because if yes, then yes, I understand. But I was expecting like somebody talking about like crocodile, because we were just talking about drugs. So I was like, is Pepe a new form of fucking fentanyl or some shit that I don't know? Like
No,
that's what I.
that's not cool, bro. That's not cool. Pepe is part of Gunther, and Pepe is a big part. The reason why I'm on this chat is because of Pepe. So if you don't know who Pepe is, I don't know. I don't know who you are. You might
I
be
know who
just part
Gunther
of.
and I know who Wolverine is. So
Well,
yes,
it's the same person.
Pepe is
It's the
new
same
to me,
person.
but all right.
It's the same person. Gunther and Wolverine is the same person. But anyway, Pepe is
Well, I know
is
that. I know that. But is Pepe the same as Gunther and Wolverine?
no. How could it be? Come
I
on, bro.
don't
Are
I
you
don't
kidding
know.
me?
It's just the way you're phrasing this conversation. Explain. You explain
Well,
and
it's
I'll be
very
quiet.
okay. It's very simple. Okay, so Pepe is a gentleman I met on a Pulsechain chat a year ago, and now the reason why I'm on this chat is because of Pepe. Pepe is a gentleman lives in Florida, and he's a whale on Pulse Doge, and he's a blessing to me and to my family. Period. End of story. Now, if you don't know Pepe, well, it's a little weird because Pepe is a huge part of this of this project. And quick crypto quack, whatever the case may be. It's a look really kind of weird that you don't know who he is, but he's a man of integrity, and I love him. So it's a little weird, but it's all good.
All right, here, can I explain my perspective then? The fact that you think it's a little weird. I think you jumped in a little late after I had already said this. So I have a tendency to jump into the Pulsechain voice chat and the voice text after I have become fairly inebriated and I feel the urge to talk to people. So I like to come in and I like to answer questions and just get the brain stirring on really anything. So if you don't know, I'm over a 2.6 deep right now. And yeah, I'm really just here for myself. As selfish as that is, I'm here for myself, but apparently I have the added benefit of helping others. So I continue to come back here.
Amen. I agree with that. But if that's the case,
I have
you
a
should hook
question. I
Pepe.
wish I'm
You
facing
should
a
hook Pepe.
difficulty. I wish someone can help me.
I'm sorry, there were two people talking at once. Can one continue before the other?
Okay, this is Eric. Can I go ahead?
Of course, Eric. I'm listening.
Yeah, so I have a question. I wish somebody could help me. So I have a Ledger Nano S that is bridge to MetaMask. So recently, when I send transaction, the transactions go through when I look at when I view it on Block Explorer, it shows that the transaction has gone through, is confirmed, but the transaction doesn't get to the destination. And when I look at the transaction data, it says the transaction was aborted. From what I've tried to understand, it seems as if there is something that is not right with my ledger. Either the setting is something in the setting that is blocking
So
the
my
transaction.
question to you then, in your settings, have you gone through the debug settings and have you selected not? Jesus Christ, did I say that wrong? Holy fuck. Let me do a quick Google.
Debugs.
So I'm sorry, explain your failed transaction. So you have failed on one side and confirmed on the other?
Correct. So it go to on the MetaMask and everything goes well because I can see it on Block Explorer. It says confirm, it shows the gas fee, it shows the transaction. But the transaction doesn't arrive at destination. Now, when I look at transaction data, it said the user aborted a request. I called
Okay. So
MetaMask support. We went through everything. Everything was right. They said the problem should be with the interface with the ledger.
right. So then my question to you is, do you have the updated version of Ledger Live? Have you updated the firmware to your device specifically? And have you disabled the debugging feature? And oh shit, there's one other feature. I didn't get a chance to actually look it up. You started talking before I could find it. But there's one other feature that you should disable before you are able to accept or transact with your ledger.
I think the ledger is updated. I think it probably should be that debugging feature that I don't have. I did enable there is one thing that is enabled. I think it's just okay. Let me just go to settings here. Okay, blind signing is enabled.
That's it right there, blind signing. So blind signing is the big one. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of that.
Yeah,
But
blind
yeah, so
signing.
blind, so
I
it's
have it
enabled,
enabled, and then I have debug data is displayed.
and you have 100% confirmed that the address that you sent to is the receiving address, because
Yeah.
there are many complications if you accidentally send it to the wrong place.
Now the address is fine. The address is actually the last transaction that I made was from an ETH network to the Polygon network, and I think I just copy and paste the address on the same device.
So when you're saying Polygon, I don't have much experience with Matic. Is your
No, it's
wallet
just
the
no
same
even
on Matic?
yeah, other transactions, yes, other transactions that I've sent. So if other transactions I've tried to send haven't have been aborted as well. They haven't gone through successfully. But on one side, they say, okay, it is confirmed. On Block Explorer, it shows up. It shows everything. That is the transaction
Okay,
has
so then
gone.
my question next is, are you sending to a bridge or to an exchange? Or are you sending to your own wallet? And from where?
Okay, I'm sending from my own wallet to another wallet, and then I've also tried staking, and this
And
everything
you've
seems.
made sure that all of your RPC settings are correct and that you are not on the wrong network if you've gone through MetaMask support?
For the network, that is not a problem. I think the networks are fine. The addresses are fine.
Can you double check it? Just in case. Just make sure that your RPC settings are for Ethereum to Ethereum and not from Polygon to Ethereum. Because if that was the case, then you would need a bridge or an exchange since you're going from wallet to wallet. And
I'm
again,
doing.
my skills on this might not be on par, as I don't play around with a lot of other networks. So I might not be the guy to talk to about this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I hope
But hey,
someone in the future could be there. Oh,
let me pop into the text chat and I'll see if I can bring up the infamous, and we'll see if he can answer your question. If not, just hang around here. Maybe somebody can answer.
thank you. I appreciate.
Hey, buddy, if you don't mind, go into the text chat and just post your name, and then say at Papa Boner, and then your name, because I don't know if he's online right now. I know he's in a completely different time zone, and I mean, realistically, he is the guy to ask. If not, maybe simultaneously while you're adding at him, also post your question in the main chat. Try and do that, and I hope somebody can come help.
All right. Thank you. I think I followed his video to do the bridging, and it seemed to have been working well. But something just went wrong recently. Okay. Thank you. I think
Oh, dude, you're welcome. I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you. Like I said, I don't know the Matic network,
no problem.
and I'm not sure where you're coming from here.
It's not no problem.
But this is where I truly wish I had more money, because then I could play with these things and really help
Right.
everyone. But right now I'm kind of bound to Ethereum, Pulsechain, and a little bit of BSC, but that was out of degenerate gambling and less so out of technical. So my BSC knowledge is basically out there too. So Ethereum and Pulsechain, that's what I got, bud.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
What do you think, guys? Should I start a educate me fund, or I just post some bullshit fucking addresses and say, hey, pay me and I'll learn about these things to help noobs?
Stop.
Hey, it was a joke. It was purely a joke. That's why I was laughing. I'm not asking for money from anyone because I don't want any of your fucking money. I make more than enough money on my own. It's just
Yeah.
trying to make a joke.
Ditto.
But I'll tell you what, as soon as I'm full time again, like I was a few months ago, then I'll be throwing more money at that. But I don't expect another bull run until 2024. So any of you noobs might be waiting a while. Definitely branch out, ask questions from as many
I
people
totally
as you
disagree
can.
with you. I totally disagree with you. Totally disagree with
You
you.
mean on the bull run? You mean on the bull
100%.
run?
Yeah. You kidding me?
All right,
Who are you
dude.
telling me?
Let's talk about it.
Paul Chain's. Okay, let's go both. Okay. So are you telling me Paul Shane's gonna launch until 2024? Are you kidding me? Come on.
No. So let me elaborate then. When I say bull run, I mean crypto bull run. I mean everything goes parabolic, just like we saw at the end of 2021, where you can throw a dartboard at a wall of tickers and you're going to make money. Now, am I going to say that you're not going to make money during this bear run by picking selective things? No, that's fucking retarded, right? That's why I'm so heavily invested in Pulse, HEX, and some others that I'm not going to name here. But I bet you that we agree and that I just came across in the wrong way.
So when do you think launch is gonna be? And I'll tell you why I think it is gonna be. What's your
You mean
what's
the
your
launch of Pulse Chain?
well, what else are we talking about? Of course.
Dude, you're not gonna like my answer. You're really not gonna like it. I don't give a shit when the launch is. I don't. But I would
Okay,
love to hear where your thoughts are.
well, to me, again, it's just my thoughts. I think that's ignorant for you to say that because you do have an idea. Tonight when you go to sleep, you do have an idea. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. If you have no idea
No,
when Paul was
no, I don't.
well, you asked the
Can I
question. Let me
explain
answer.
my perspective?
No. Hold on, hold on.
But
No.
do you want?
No. Hold on. No, hold on.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
asked the question. Let me finish. Okay. You said, "Well, I don't know." Let me tell you what I think. For you to be on this chat and say, "Oh well, I don't care," 2023, 2024. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. If you follow Richard Hart, okay, if you don't think he's got time on the bottom, well, that's your perspective. But I personally think he is. So again, let me finish. I think that when cryptocurrency, when Bitcoin hits the bottom, that's the thing to launch. That's when he's going to launch. Now, I could be wrong, 100%, but I've been on here for a year. Uh, Crypto Quack, I've only seen you on here a month or two ago, whatever the case may be. It's none of my business. But the bottom line is this: if Bitcoin hits a bottom in the next month or two, I I know that Mt. Gox is giving a shitload of money back to their people who got ripped off in 2014, and and which is 140,000 bitcoins are going to be given back to the people that own them. Back in 2014, they got ripped off. So, will it go back down to 2,000? I'm sorry, to 11,000 or 12,000 price point? I don't know, but I will say this: it ain't be 2023 or 2024. Now, I sacrificed for Pulsechain personally, along with about 90% of my people that did that as well, which is about 120 people for at least $1 million, and they're waiting as well. So to say that, well, I don't know, 2024, people come onto the chat, and if you're thinking in any way, shape, or form that, well, we should probably say that 2023 or 2024 to be blessed, I disagree with you. There is no way Richard Hart is launching in 2 or 3 years. And if you believe that, well, then it's probably not a good thing. But it's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
All right, can I jump in now?
Yep.
All right, so now when I say that I don't give a shit when we launch, I'm not saying that it's going to be 2023, 2024. Okay, I have no fucking idea when we're going to launch. All right, is Richard Hart timing the bear market? I'm going to go ahead and say no, just because he has enough value locked in this and understanding locked in this and enough valued community members locked in this that I don't think it's going to matter too much. I truly do believe that he is waiting on the denial of service bugs that are coming in because he does care about the 100% flawless uptime. The guy loves fucking bragging. He loves it. And I hated him for it when I first learned about him. That's why I didn't pay attention. And I wish that I would have gotten past that and learned it sooner. But even if we launched before then, I am not saying blockchain will not have a bull market. When I say that I am waiting for the next bull market of crypto, I am purely talking about the Bitcoin bull run that has initiated every other bull run except for 2020 DeFi summer, which was only, I mean, even then it was initiated by Bitcoin, except it was initiated by the Bitcoin OneCoin Ponzi scheme that pushed Bitcoin to $14,500. So now, am I saying that if Pulsechain launched tomorrow, that it could not do astronomical numbers? No, that's fucking ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous because we've seen many coins launched in the bear market that have performed astronomically while other coins have diminished, right? Just as we saw Hex outperform while Bitcoin and Ethereum continued to diminish. Now, I'm not saying that the crypto bull run is based on Pulsechain or anything else. I'm saying the traditional Bitcoin bull run, which I should have enunciated, I should have clarified, is what I'm talking about. Because when we see the halvening happen, when we see grayscale Bitcoin flip over, which I don't think we're going to see for another year. I don't see it because they understand the cycles. They've been in this game long enough and they're making, between $200 and $600 million a year based on their deficit alone, not to mention their premium when they go premium on it, right? So yeah, I mean, I think I pretty much explained my point. So I think we agree on pretty much everything. Because like you said, right, it doesn't matter if Bitcoin's going into a bull run, if Pulsechain launches and does its own thing, I mean, it could lead into its own mini bull run, right? Realistically, Pulsechain could be the one coin that pushes us into the next one, except one coin was a Ponzi and one coin was Bitcoin. But we could see a summer, or I guess in this case a fall of DeFi, and by fall I mean season, not fall of DeFi, of Pulsechain, right? Because that's one thing that I've been preaching for the last 3-4 months, is that with the push of Pulsechain and all of the PRC equivalents, well, based on Hart's law, we could see all of the ERC20s pushed up against it, and we could see all of these things completely outrun Bitcoin while Bitcoin diminishes. So say, for example, that the Mt. Gox coins come out, but at the same time, we see a Pulsechain launch, and all of these ERC20s get pushed up by Hart's law, and we see a complete decorrelation, right? We could see basically an absolute flippening of Bitcoin just based on the black swan of Mt. Gox alone. So I don't think I'm disagreeing with you by any sense. I just think we're misunderstanding each other.
I agree. I agree. And I do agree we're misunderstanding each other, 100%. But it's okay. I mean, first of all, I gotta tell you, I appreciate you being on the chat right now because there's so many people that used to be on here and they're not on here anymore. And to hear your voice and to hear for you and you're not ignorant in any way, shape, or form. I don't agree with you on everything, but I will say this: it's kind of cool to come on this chat this late to have yourself and other people on the chat to be able to share because they're on here to learn, and it's a blessing. And I say this all the time: we're gonna be blessed. It's a good thing because people right now they're just getting out of work, whatever the case may be. I only work 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and uh, and I'm blessed to be able to to do that. But to be able to come on the chat right now and hear you, I don't agree with everything you're saying, and nor do you I. But it's all good because at the same point, when on this chat, the reason why people come onto the chat is because they want to learn, just like I did a year ago,
Well,
and I'm
and
learning.
and not just that, not just that, man. So we don't just come on here to learn. We come in on here, which I guess, fuck, man, I guess it's a synonym of learning. So I guess no, you're right. We all come on here to learn. But another big thing that I love
We
coming
do,
on here
we do.
is hearing different viewpoints, right? Because we
Amen.
don't all agree with each other, though we all have similar ideas and everything else, and it's good to
Amen.
challenge our brains, right? So, oh, this
Yep.
is fantastic.
Yep. Hey, so crypto crack, United States, or are you? Where are you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you United States or Europe? Where are you? You sound like you're American.
I sound like I'm American and I'm very close, but I'm not American. The closest I will give myself to not being doxxed is I am part of, unfortunately, the communist nation of Canada.
Hold on a second. Okay, so do you know Tam?
Do I know who, sorry?
Tam.
I do not.
Oh my word. Well, Tam is from Canada. Tam is one of our admins. Tam is a very good friend of mine who I met like about a year, about 10 months ago. And she's a very good friend of mine. And she's from Canada. You know PulseX? I'm sure you heard of him. Come on, right?
Man, you gotta understand, like when I come into this chat, I was
You don't know.
here during the
Hold
first.
on, hold on, bro. You don't know PulseX?
No, man, I don't. And
What
listen,
the
listen.
hell is this shit?
just listen to what I have to say first, all
You're
right?
killing me.
I know.
Good.
And listen, when I first came into this chat, I hung out in the voice chat when I wanted to learn. And when I didn't want to learn and I had free time, like my brain was cooked from trying to listen to things. And, once I got to the point where I could no longer take information in, I would go into the text chat and I would answer newbies' questions. And that was my thing. And then it seemed like newbies' chats kind of faded away and the admins took over because a lot of people died. So the only time that I came into voice chat from there on out, or text chat. And as bad as this is gonna sound, because it's gonna sound bad, and I'm okay with that, was when I was drunk and selfish and wanted to talk to people. And then I would come in and I would answer newbies' questions. I'd come into voice chat. I would do the same. I would start conversations, and it was basically just on my own validity of my own selfishness of when I would come in. And I love this community. I do. I really do. But there are so many things that I'm trying to learn right now that I can't focus all my time on this community. And it sucks, but man, I come in here when I can. And unfortunately, when I can is like I said now, when I've drank a 2-6, I want to talk to people. And every time that I do, I get to come in here and I answer people's questions. I start new conversations. It makes my brain turn, makes other people's brains turn. And at the end of the day, at least a couple of us learn more shit. So I'm really happy with this relationship.
Amen.
And again, like I said, I'm sorry that I don't have the time to be here day and night, but like there's new places I want to move, right? There's new tax laws that I have to figure out. There's tax laws in my own country I need to figure out. And then there's corporation laws in both of those things. And then it just advances from there, right? I mean, like what do you do? So my question to you then is, as a very serious advocate of Pulse, I'm assuming you're in PulseX, right? How do you plan on dealing with launch? How do you plan on dealing with all the shit coinery that will suffice?
What do you mean? It's kind of a rhetorical question. I did
Well,
sacrifice for
no, it's
Pulsechain.
not. So you
Well,
sacrifice for Pulse. I'm assuming you sacrifice for PulseX. You are
well,
part of the Richard Hart ecosystem. I'm assuming you have some HEX or some other ERC20 tokens that plan to be copied over. So
do you?
what are
Do
some?
you?
Oh, of course,
Do you?
of course, for all of the
Okay.
above. For
Okay.
all of the above. So
Exactly.
for you,
So what's your question?
how do you plan on dealing with the shit coinery that's going to ensue? And here, let me elaborate that, because I bet you that's the term that's confusing you, is the shit coinery, with all of the temptation that is going to come from all of the new projects and the new shiny things. How are you yourself going to position yourself in order to not only protect your savings, which I hope is a serious intrigue on your part, and also invest in the new, if you plan to do that?
Well, I sacrifice is a good question. I love that question. I sacrificed for Paul Chain. I had the opportunity to do that back in June of last year, and I also sacrificed for
Hey,
PulseX.
hey, hey, boss. Sorry, I'm so sorry I have to interrupt. I'm gonna go quiet for like 45 seconds. So if you ask me a question and I'm just not there, I'm listening. I'm just can't talk.
No problem. Okay. So I sacrificed for Pulsechain. Gentleman by name is Life is Good. My boss, good friend of mine. I went there to pitch him. I'm in the car business, and I went there to pitch him on something I want to sell him some marketing for dealerships. And I left with him, and introduced me to Pulsechain, and then obviously I got into PulseX and Hex. Actually, I got into the Hex 2 or 3 weeks later. But as far as other projects, am I opposed to that? No, I'm not in any way, shape, or form. Um, we will not discuss that on here, but I will say this: I sold 80% of my cryptocurrency, 80% of my being are into rich art projects. The other 20% I screw around with revocation B and will not share that on here in any way, shape, or form. But if you are in the chat right now and you don't think you're going to be well off, well, you're wrong, because you will be very well off. If you're in rich art projects, if you're in the Pulsechain, and even if you didn't sacrifice, you still will be blessed. And let me tell you why. Because I don't know, if you go into Ethereum or Bitcoin the first day, would you be okay? Probably. I would say yes. And so if you're in this chat right now, whoever brought you into this chat right now, you're in this chat, whoever he is, I don't know, boy, girl, whatever the case may be, if they brought you into this chat and you're on the chat right now, and Google this, please Google this. Go to a layer one. A layer one is Pulsechain, Ethereum, Cardano. These are layer ones. A layer one is a blockchain. A DEX is Trader Joe's, Uniswap, SushiSwap. Look at them as well, and then come back in and say, what did it do in the first year? The first 365 days, they did okay. So just saying, if you're in the chat right now, we're going to be blessed. I would get your family into this chat. Well, maybe I'm not into the chat, but at least into Restart Projects, because it's going to get crazy and we're going to be blessed. So that's my thoughts.
Alright, so the only thing that bothers me, and don't get me wrong, I believe just as hard as you do. I really believe that the people that buy will be blessed, and that we will get rewarded for not only our time, not our dedication, but also our sacrifice and our money pushed, right? Um, I tell everyone that I onboard and everyone that I talk to, if you have an expectation that everything that you own will go to zero, you will be happily disappointed.
I get that.
All right, so now if you were to be a newbie, all right, somebody who didn't get a chance to participate within the sacrifices, and you knew that PulseX were coming out along with both sides of HEX, how would you explain to them in order to incorporate their funds in a correct way?
Incorporate their friends incorrectly. You're not making sense, bro. I'm sorry. Am I wrong, Krakatoa?
No, it's because I'm drunk as shit. So if they were to diversify their funds between the 4 projects, how would you recommend they do so?
Don't understand your question. It's okay, bro. Love you. Hey, Krakatoa, how you doing, bro? What's up, you jack off?
Nothing. I was listening to you talk shit again.
Ah, you fucker. Good to see you, bro.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice I was here. No.
You're such a liar.
I fucked up there. Sorry, I lost connection and then my fucking Bluetooth shit out. Krakatoa, the loudest thing heard by man ever, as far as we're concerned. How are you doing tonight?
What do you mean the loudest?
Well, I mean the Krakatoa volcanic eruption. That was the loudest thing that humanity's ever heard.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
so
yeah.
sorry. My Bluetooth is not connecting. Give me 1 sec. I can barely hear you.
Him neither. Anyways, real quick, Krakatoa, did you see Sadu, are you on here, bro?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, guys. Apparently my Bluetooth doesn't work now, so I'm pushing the phone against my primitive face. So now I can hear you. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm here,
That's
buddy.
okay.
What's up?
No, Sadu. So, Crypto Quack, I met you like 8, 9 months ago. And this guy, he's so he's ugly though. I gotta tell you, I'm just kidding. But Sadu, he's a good friend of mine. I met him on our chat, and he'd been such a blessing to me and to my family, and I have nothing but good things to say about him. He's a he's a good man. So I just want to say hello to you, Sadu. Good to see you, man.
Love to hear it, man. Love you too,
Dude,
brother.
seriously, thank you
Uh-huh.
so much. Nobody has ever come on this voice chat and said such high regarding things. Thank you so much.
Amen.
I'm a little drunk too, so don't mind me. And much love, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well,
Dudes,
bro.
dudes, I ran out of liquor. All right, I fucking downed the third of my 60 pounder and I'm walking to the liquor store. So if any point in this conversation I am out of breath, it's because I'm walking full tilt before my liquor store closes.
Hey, bro, just use one eye if you need to. You know, careful out there.
Hey, Crypto Quack. It's kind of cool. This Crypto Quack, he came on here today, and he's doing well. He's trying to get the information out. And I know you're going to the liquor store. And it's a good thing. I got to tell you, it's such a blessing. Am I right or wrong? I mean, seriously. Nowadays you come on to the Pulsechain chat, and it's all jacked up. And to have you on here, and this guy Quick Quack or Quick Quack, whatever the case may be, it's kind of cool because people come on here to listen and to learn and to do. You and I met about probably 5, 6 months ago, and
Dude, that could be my name. It could be Quick Quack Pattiac.
just saying, you're a good guy. Your intentions are awesome, but Sadu is my boy, so don't ever screw with him because I'll kick your ass. Just kidding.
No. There's none of that fucking needed. I come on here because not only do I like my own voice heard, I like talking to others, I like hearing their opinions, and I like all of it contested. Because I don't really believe that any of us are right until time proves us right. So, dude, the more we talk, the more we learn, the more we experience, and then time hits us, the better off we are.
Agreed. I guess didn't hear what I was saying earlier. But anyways, hey, so dude, so how you been, brother? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just hold my breath like everybody else.
Yeah.
It's good to see the Pulsechain popping a little bit. Guys taking a
Yeah.
breather. Coming
That's
back
good.
up for some air. The situation is upon us.
Yep.
We're getting closer. That's all I'll say.
Amen.
You know what I mean? Closer to the
Amen.
bottom and closer to Pulsechain launch. We'll see.
Hey, so dude, I talked to Cadex the other day, a couple days ago. I told him some I love to you. I don't know if he told you, but check it.
He did, man. Did he tell you I missed you? It's all good, man. Shit settled down over there. It's drama has the storm has passed, and it's all good.
Amen. Hey, so dude, quick question.
Yeah,
Are we gonna be blessed?
I'm gonna be super blessed, dude.
Amen.
What kind of a question is that?
Fucking better be. I'll tell you that. After all
You got
this,
that
after all
right.
this,
Well, so dude,
nah.
he said, dude, well, you're not part of the other jack off, but you're part of my, you know, inner scholastic deal. And but hey, where's Benjamin? Have you talked to Benjamin, bro?
I talked to Benjamin tonight, man.
Did you?
Yeah, he was around. He hadn't been around. He's been taking a break. Everybody's taking a break, man. Everybody's holding their breath. Everybody can't take the suspense. Yeah, no. Everybody can't. It's been, you see this chat dead. Man,
Yeah.
it's just you can do so much talking until you just, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
No, 100%, man.
But it's a dude. But I gotta tell you though, this quick crack guy, he's been the best guy on this chat. He's been on here
This
for about an
guy,
hour and a half. This guy.
this guy,
This guy.
wait,
So
this guy.
this
Yeah,
guy.
man, this drunk fucking retard out here spurting fucking nonsense, walking to the liquor store. Yeah,
Hold
this
on.
guy's been on here half enunciating himself. And enunciating is not even the fucking, well, it is the right word, isn't it? Enunciating is being able to pronounce your words properly. So no, I think that's right. Yeah, I've been in. Okay,
That's a
I'll
tough one.
listen.
It's a good job. It's a tough one.
Crypto quick. I was just to do. He's been on there for
Dude, one sec, fuck.
Crypto quack. You sound like a car wash. Anyways, so Sadu, my good friend, has been on here for like 6 months. And so you've been on here for like 1 or 2 months. And God bless you. And you're such a best guy in the chat tonight because I saw in the chat. I just got home, today. And there you are. You're talking, you're breathing life into these different people that want to come on the chat and learn. So I just want to say, God bless you. You're going to be fine, but don't be a dick.
You can be a dick. Just be a nice dickhead.
I've tried to be a very nice dickhead. I've done my best, but I've been here since there was less than 5,000 members in the Pulsechain chat, and I've been here. I'm a day 3 Hex OG. But like I said, I come into the voice chat and into the text chat now, based on my own self-discretions, and by self-discretions, I mean that I'm very selfish. I come in here when I want to talk to people. And that's it. All the other times I'm learning about other shit. And I learned that other shit so that maybe one day I can bring more shit to this community. Because this community has taught me so fucking much. So when I get the opportunity to come on here and I get to answer any question, even if it's just an opinion, I feel blessed because I feel like it's a place earned.
I got a quick question for you. So do
Yeah,
please
give
let
me
him answer.
30 seconds, not naming 30. 10, 5, 4.
So do I got to ask Crypto Quack a question. So do please let me ask this. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm sorry. It's just my Bluetooth died and now I'm trying to do this off
Who
a cell phone
cares?
while I
Who
walk.
cares? Listen, okay,
I'm
are you ready?
listening.
Okay, here I go. So my question is this: if I have Hex on Ethereum, will I get the free copy over to Pulsechain? That's my question.
Of course, 100%. Both liquid and staked. Yes, 100%.
Oh my word, are you serious?
Well, come on. That's the question you're going to ask me? You can't ask me anything more complicated. Come on.
I'm just with you,
Tried
bro.
this.
I'm kidding.
He tried the
I'm
same thing
kidding
to me
with you.
yesterday. Yes, he's fucking around.
Do we have any real questions? Do we have any real questions, guys? So like letting Jake.
Yeah. I got
pull your leg
one.
over
I
here.
got one that maybe you guys can actually help me with. So, have you guys done the math or heard of the math done with EIP 1559 to Ethereum is going to actually affect the burn rate with Pulsechain?
Hang on, you cut out a bit. You have to say that again.
Yeah,
All
can you
right,
enunciate your words a little better?
Sorry, man. I might have bad signal or it might be because I'm out of breath. So
Relation to
with
the
EIP 1559, right, the gas burning mechanism that was introduced to Ethereum, that was adopted into Pulsechain. How has the EIP 1559 affected the Pulsechain burn rate? Because it has increased it as far as I'm aware.
Pretty sure they can adjust that to whatever they want when they fork it.
No.
Well, yes, they can adjust it to whatever they want, but the fact that RH has put that out in multiple past live streams, I think they're leaving it as it was. Because originally the plan was for a 5% burn rate of fees, and then that has only increased from there. It was from 25% to 33%. And I believe with EIP 1559, it's actually increased that. All right, that was too technical of a question. Let's move on to something else. Who else has some other question?
Yeah, I got a question. What day is it?
When Lynch.
Depends on what part of the world you're in, buddy.
So that's a good question, right?
Depends. If your question was supposed to be either rhetorical or a variable, then yes, very good question. If not, then no. I don't know. What aspect are you looking in?
It was rhetorical. It's all good. Just jokes over here. That's all I got.
It's kind of cool though. Just
All right, boys, I gotta go. Oh, sorry, I gotta go radio silence for like a minute and a half as I'm walking into the liquor store. But if you ask your question, I am listening.
I have a question. Oh wait,
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
if you have $10, can you buy a 6-pack of beer?
Not a chance in hell.
Yeah, he's about 17, so no. Not even if he had more money.
Coca-Cola.
Dudes, I'm
Yes, it is.
standing in a cooler right now, and let's look at beer prices. Oh, okay, all right. For an 8-pack, I'm looking at a minimum of 11. For a cooler, I'm looking at 16. And that's a 6-pack.
We don't have 8-packs.
You're not looking at the right beer. You got to get Keystone
Yeah.
Light or Natural Light to get under 10, right? Are they even under 10 these days? With the inflation?
Dude, they're not under 10. There's nothing under 10. Not in my country, but I'm Canadian.
Wow. Even worse.
Krakatoa is from freaking. Krakatoa is from
Shit, one sec here. Fuck's sake.
Australia.
Trying
I
to
think
connect
the
to
inflation
everything.
out there is like 12%.
Stupid fucking phone. Stop it.
What is y'all's inflation rate right now? In Canada. Here, United States is like 9, right? Is y'all's are different, right? I hear the rest of the world's doing way worse than American.
Krakatoa, he's in Australia. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I'm curious to know, though. I really like to know the answer to that question. What's everybody's inflation rate if you're outside the United States?
It's about 6% here.
Oh, that's good. We're like 9. You're Australia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where you at, mate? Australia? Gotcha.
Australia. Yeah. I'm just
Fuck you
herding
guys.
some. I'm just herding a herd of spiders right now over towards the snake pen. Yep. There you go, fellas. Eat them.
Hey, dude, check this shit out, bro. So Krakatoa is a day one Hexagon. He's freaking loaded. He acts like he's a dick, but he's kind of cool. I kind of liked him last night. I gotta tell you, he's a nice guy.
He's a nice dickhead.
He is. I kind of like him now. Him and I'm sure you remember, we used to get into it, and he said, take a data, and it's funny, but he's a good man. So, Kagatoa, love you, brother. You're good. You're kind of a dick, but I still like you.
Wait, you give me shit and you want me to
Dude,
like
I'm
it?
sorry. I'm sorry I bounce in and out, and I'm sorry it's loud here. I will be back in 3 minutes when it's not so loud and my connection is not fucked. Sorry, boys.
Who cares? Kagatoa, what's up, brother?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Listen to your bullshit.
Hey, I told you I'm coming to your country, and I'm buying you some dinner. Me and Sadu, we're gonna go out there.
Yeah. I'll meet you in Perth, brother. Yeah, sure.
No,
Go to
numbnuts.
Perth.
I know. First of all, I know where you live now. You already told me. It's like 3,000 miles to the north. But it'd be fun. Could you imagine? Wouldn't that kind of be cool? You love to be the Jaconator.
Not really.
You will. Are you kidding me?
Man, you're no one special.
Oh, shit.
Shit, you're hurting his
What?
feelings.
I
Crap.
know. What's up?
It's rude.
That's very
Yeah.
rude. It's very.
I,
It's very.
It's
I have
hurting.
I have a lump of coal where a heart used to be. So
Idiot. Come on. Be nice to Techinator.
our steaks are too good for you. You know.
What?
You know, my brother he raises Wagyu cattle. He raises
I like the
Wagyu.
sound. I don't know what the hell
But
that is.
do you think I've ever got a single steak out of that bloody tight bastard?
Hey, so dude. So check this out. So Krakatoa is a day one Mexican. He's a day one. He's ready to retire. He's like 95 years old, and he's retired. Yeah,
Fuck off.
kind of cool.
So your brother raises Wagyu, and he won't give you any?
No, never. I haven't got a single mouthful of the beautiful steak out of him so far.
He must be an asshole. Or he must be an asshole.
Quite possibly.
I
Quite
don't know
possibly true.
which. I don't know which yet.
Well, Krakatoa, we'll give you a month. We'll give you a mouthful. Don't worry about that.
Do you have a mouthful? That's the only question.
I mean,
Yeah. He's like, don't threaten me with a good time. Unless you really got one.
well, I'm not from Texas. I'm from Los Angeles. So we
You're from northern Mexico. I know.
What a kid. Krakatoa, I'm from Southern California, and I'm nuts.
Yeah, SoCal is northern Mexico.
You're right. I would concur.
Basically.
And then Sadu is from Texas, and everything in Texas, it's kind of huge. So you have to like kind of open up for Sadu.
Yeah, it's kind of northern Mexico too. North central Mexico.
Yeah. Just to the left.
Yeah. No, it's to the right. Yeah, we like steak here, though. If you can get some of that Wagyu out of your brother, let me know.
When I do get some out of him, I want to get a whole chest freezer full.
Yeah. Just buy the whole fucking cow.
I can't even imagine without God.
Krakatoa, did you get another kangaroo today? What's going on?
Say that again in English.
Did you hit another kangaroo today? I'm nuts.
No. Yeah. I controlled myself.
How many ETH for one Wagyu cow? Just let me know.
In the paddock, they're going to cost you about $5,000 each. That's about
It's a lot of ETH right now.
$3,500 American, $3,500 US dollars. So it's going to be, I don't know, 2.5 ETH, something like that. That's in the paddock. You got to go deal with it yourself.
All right, it's a deal. Can you ship it tomorrow?
No, I'll tell you where it is. I'll take a photo and send it to you. You go get it.
I get an NFT. Wagyu NFT.
Yeah, but just the NFT. All right, the meat actually goes to the guy who bought it.
Shit.
But dude, think about it. You get this sweet JPEG that means nothing, and you don't actually get to enjoy the meat. How great is that? That's an NFT for you.
Yeah, somebody else is gonna buy it. And I'll keep making money as somebody else buys it.
Hold on.
Sounds
Sadu.
good.
What do you mean, Sadu? Hold on. What do you mean you can't enjoy the meat? Please explain. I'm sorry.
Well, we're making the correlation with NFTs and how they are.
Okay, good.
It's like buying the cow without enjoying the meat.
Well, I'm very flexible when it comes to meat. You know, I love carne asada. I love so much meat, but I'm not meatless. I'm very open to that.
Carne asada, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Listen, I don't just whole beef. All right, I love me some sushimi too. So, let's not go out of way on that. But think
Okay.
about it. I could make an NFT where you could look at the fish that I got to eat. How great would that be, right? And then you could pay me for that NFT.
I got a better one.
Shit.
How about an NFT
What
of
the hell
me
is that
eating
shit?
the NFT of a picture of me eating the fish, but you get to own the picture.
Well, no, because I'm not about to dox myself. So I'll
Where
give
the
you the
fuck do
picture
I
of the
get this
sushimi,
NFT?
like some faggy fucking foodie, but you don't get to see me.
Well, Crypto Crack, I gotta tell you, I like to eat the beef. I don't know if you in their country, so do know what that means. So we like the beef.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
for
you got any beaver NFTs?
Oh, bud, I got some, but I ain't sharing.
Save some beaver NFTs for the rest of us, dude. All right?
yes.
Stop
Hey,
it.
bro,
Man, I'm married
Stop
with
it.
one here and one on the way. I ain't
Okay.
sharing with nobody.
All right. Very limited. You're hollowing that one forever, I assume. So, okay, moving on. I'll
Fucking
find my
right,
own
well,
beaver
man.
how about
Like
NFT, all right?
Richard. So
how
here's.
about the Lakers?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How about the Lakers?
Well, shit. I don't have shit to talk about sports. I don't. The only sports I watch is X Games, bro. All right, boys. What's your favorite fucking flavor of the Richard Hart ecosystem? As gay as that sounds.
Well, Crypto Quack, obviously you're a new person on here at Pathfinder 2, but for the most part, we try not to like curse. Um, you're your own man. You do what you want to do. But there's people on here that are grandpas. I'm one of them. And people are walking by and say, "Hey, what's going on, Chickenator?" As far as people cursing, but it is what it is. But again, ask that question. I'm sure Sadu would look to answer as well as I wouldn't mind chiming in.
Just
Oh, and you're right. I apologize for the sailor's mouth. The issue is I have been in the oil field industry for almost a decade now, and I was in the construction industry before I was in the oil field. So getting away from my potty mouth might as well be relearning me how to walk. It's very difficult.
I got you. No problem. It is what it is.
Jaconator. Who cares?
Well, I think we're all
Who
adults
is
here,
that?
right? if there's any miners that are actually interested in investing, good for you. Continue it, and by all means, don't let any vulgarity fucking discourage you, because, buddy, in this world, you have no idea what's coming to you, and bad words are not the worst of it.
Hey, Jakeinator, it's Big Bud. Just playing with you.
Hey, Big Bud, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
That's just classic, man. I just had to do that. That's the Jakeinator.
Amen. Amen. This is the thing, bro. I agree. It's late at night. It's not a big deal. You know, I'm just saying, if there's people that are bringing people onto this chat to learn about cryptocurrency and restart projects, it's a little tough, because if you're 21 years old, you're a young lady, you come on this chat, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, crypto quack. You know, hey, how you doing? I came in to get information, and then you don't speak well, or you start cursing and stuff. It's not a big deal. It is what it is.
Hey, on another note, have you guys seen what's going on with Solana at the moment? The hack?
No, what happened?
No, so
issue.
that was one thing that I was really curious of. What is happening with Solana that I've heard? I've seen like 6 comments about it tonight, and nobody's explained it. So if you could explain it, that'd be great.
From what I'm reading, it might be an exploit with their wallet. It's a browser wallet, and the wallets are being drained. That's what it seemed
No
to
way.
be. You can educate me if you want, but that's what I'm reading.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Some wallet.
Oh, Sadu, I agree with you. I agree with you, and
I hit the
I'm
wrong
probably.
button and I jumped out. Can somebody rehash that? I apologize.
Krakatoa is good. Go ahead, Crack.
There's an exploit with the Solana wallet, and they're getting rinsed. Pretty bad for Solana.
I'll add to that. I'll add to that a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily the wallet itself. I think it's kind of like with MetaMask. If you have some connections, because someone put it up in the Discord, that you might just want to, remove or erase or disconnect from anything you have going on right now. So it's not that, if you just have Solana in your wallet, you're gonna, everything's gonna go. I think there's some connection or connections out there that are bad. So you got to just get rid of those. But it's not that if anyone has any, Solana in their, Phantom wallet, it's just going to go.
Okay, so it's the Phantom wallet plus
Okay,
bad
so does
connections.
anybody have the technical chops to explain why that happened and how it may not happen on Pulsechain?
Well, yeah, not that I have a technical knowledge, but I guess it's good that, maybe Pulsechain in hindsight hasn't launched yet. And hopefully, I'm sure the devs being the devs that RH talks about, especially because he briefly talked about it as a Kitco video. Hopefully they're paying attention, and I'm sure they are.
And
Well, I get that.
This only seems
I
to be
don't know
affecting
much about Solana. Is
It's only
it
affecting
an
Solana.
EVM based? Is it EVM based?
Well, no other coins are being hacked. It's just Solana.
So it's their
Solana wallet.
own code and their own critical vulnerability that's causing the issue.
Looks that
I don't
way.
think it's super clear yet. I think it's a connection, and I have Solana in the Phantom wallet, and as soon as I heard about it, the measure that I took, and hopefully I'll be safe, is my Solana was safe. I'm pretty careful because I did get airdrop some scam tokens. So the way the Phantom wallet works is it will actually alert you. I don't know if it's completely bulletproof, and it picks up on every scam token that gets dropped to you. But I did get dropped some scam tokens like a few months or so ago. So I didn't touch them. I didn't interact with them at all. Didn't move them. Didn't do anything. So, and I'm safe. So far so good. Fortunately, knock on wood, I'm good. I've obviously disconnected with the couple of connections that I had, which were safe to begin with, but just to be safe, I disconnected from those. So I don't have at this point any reason to think that something would happen again, because I think the wallet itself is safe. I think it's the connections that you may have that could be corrupted and bad. But I don't think the wallet itself.
So by that you mean like the dApps it connected to. I know nothing about
Yeah,
Solana, so I
right.
have no idea if it's EVM. I don't understand if it's
Well, no,
literally,
if
I
it
know
was,
nothing about Solana.
if it was, you would be able to add it to MetaMask, which you cannot, right? So, yeah, that functionality does not exist. But yeah, and I
Okay,
think
so it's its own blockchain.
yeah, yeah. And I'm not claiming to be a Solana or crypto expert, but I think a lot of times with these things, there's a lot of misunderstandings that go on, and I don't think these articles maybe that float out there cause a lot of panic and hysteria, and I don't think they paint the full picture. I mean, they should just probably simply say like, hey, this is what's going on. Here's the quick remedy. Just disconnect from everything to be safe, and you should be good. That's it.
Panic.
Simple and
Anybody
straightforward.
that's in those wallets is gonna panic. Even when EVM has problems that it fucking talks about and everything, people still panic over it, right? Like I was talking about how there were airdrops that were essentially dust attacks that if you moved them, you could be compromised just based on interacting with the contracts and the dApps that they're associated with. And I had some guy earlier telling me, like, holy fuck, this is something I've never heard about, and now I'm concerned, right? So
I was there.
you're
I
gonna
was
get
actually
people that panic over anything.
Yeah, I heard that, and I didn't get a chance to jump in. It was spiffy. I didn't catch the rest of his thing, but it was spiffy, whatever. And I was just curious to see, what he did get. But yeah, I didn't get a chance to jump in.
Well, it was me that got the bonus airdrop bullshit that I'm not really gonna name. It was something that just got dropped into my wallet that was just like, hey, you have this. And I can tell you that just based off searching the code and the Ethereum contracts that were based directly upon the code, as in like a copy and paste, I found 5. And all 5 of them mentioned phishing within their code. And then I dug more into it, and all of them were meant to drain your wallet the minute you tried to move them.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. And I even reached out to someone in MetaMask, their actual support like a month or so ago, because they're working on some kind of feature, and I think they rolled something out. I saw an article where it will give you some kind of warning. I don't exactly remember the details, but maybe look it up. Something with MetaMask and a new feature that they just rolled out or will be rolling out soon. Um, but yeah, they're also working on this thing, from what the support guy told me, where they're basically going to be able to tell you like, oh, it's a scam token or not, or something along those lines. Because the Phantom wallet right now, it does do that. Again, I don't know how bulletproof it is, if it will tell you literally for every single token, but it does have that feature. It seems to work somewhat. But on the wallet note, and some of the folks in here may already know this, but RH talked about the Pulsechain wallet. So they're apparently working on this right now as we speak. So this could probably be ready by the time we launch too.
Hopefully.
Do you think that Pulsechain is ready and he's just waiting for the bottom, brother?
No.
Honestly,
No. My answer is no.
My answer is yes.
All right.
Target.
Do you want to discuss the differences between our ideas since we disagree?
Sure.
Then please elaborate. You first. Why do you think that we're waiting for a bottom?
Well, it would be advantageous for Richard Hart to launch at the bottom because if he does, he loves access. Would you agree with? Would you agree that Richard Hart loves access or no? Answer the question. If you don't mind.
Do you mean by bragging rights? And if so, I think yes.
Yes.
Richard
Okay.
Hart
Yes.
loves bragging rights.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So now, can
Okay.
I
So,
counter argument to the point while we're on the
well, let me.
topic, or do you want me to wait?
Wait. Hold on.
All right, I'll
I
wait.
think. Okay. Well, you asked me a question. Let me finish. I think that I personally think it's. I spoke with PulseX. We all know who he is. 3-4 months ago, and he said that Jiganator actually the way that the test set is going, he could actually launch right now because it's ready. It's good to go. And if you've been on test set, I'm sure you have. Um, it's ready to launch. So he also said that it would be advantageous for Richard Hart to launch prior to Ethereum 2.0, which is September 19th. Supposedly, of course, we've been waiting
When
for
did he
a
say
long.
it was okay to launch? Your buddy that was reading the code and that told you that yeah, they were good to go. When was that?
What?
Well, you said your buddy. I'm
I didn't
sorry.
say my buddy. I never said my buddy. I never said my buddy. I said PulseX. So quote me, please. I never said my buddy. I said PulseX. But keep going.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Profex said that it was ready for launch and that he could
No,
launch, right?
no, no. Yes, he did say that. Yes, agreed. This is like 5 months ago. He said
So 5
4
months
months ago.
ago, when he thought it was ready to launch, and then what? It was 3 months.
No, hold on. Don't put words to my mouth. What I said was this. Profex said this. He goes, Jaganator. I'll tell you what. Okay. The test net is unreal right now. Everybody's doing well. Everything's good. And I've been on test set myself personally, 100%. He said that, yes. And not that he said that, but I experienced that. He goes, Jiganator, because Gamma, I don't know if you know who that man is. He would say, well, you know what, we need a V3, and Profix said, no, we don't. We don't need a V3. If you look at testnet, it's kicking ass right now. So he could actually, Richard Hart could actually launch it now. Now, I'm not saying that the Pulsechain is ready right now in any way, shape, or form. I'm not saying that. But I will say is this. If when he's ready to launch, obviously he's going to launch. But I will say this. Would it behoove him? Would it be advantageous for him to launch at the bottom of the market? Absolutely. It would. Why? Well, let me tell you why. Well, I don't know. If it's the bottom of the market, and of course we invested in Pulsechain and PulseX, it would be it would be good for us to launch at the bottom of the market rather than the top. Now, if you agree or disagree, I want to hear your sentiments on this. Would it be better that Richard Hart launched at the top of the market or the bottom? What are your thoughts on that? The top or the bottom? What would be better for people that sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX? Would be at the top or the bottom? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, there's a couple things I have to say there. So right off the bat, you're giving me a yes or no question that, in my opinion, is bullshit because you're saying the top or the bottom. So neither. Okay, obviously the bottom is the best answer, and the top is the worst answer, depending on what metric you looked at. And I mean, 99% of the metrics that you look at, from the top down, top is the worst to pick from. Now, when you want to say the bottom up, sure, that technically is the best answer, but it's a loaded question. All right,
So you don't disagree with me? All right, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do disagree with you,
Well,
but I
you
think the
disagreed with me.
question,
You disagree. Go
the
ahead.
question that you gave me was loaded. You gave me a yes or no question with no in between. You didn't give me an alternative answer. You literally gave me a yes or a no, which is where I'm going to disagree with you. So the
Okay.
answer technically to your question is yes, it's better to launch at the very bottom of a bear market. Now, the answer I'm going to give you is going to wildly differ from the question that you asked. Now, do you mind?
Okay. No,
All
I
right.
love it. I love it.
No. Perfect. All right. So you look at any other IPO that's launched from the bottom of the bear or from the top of the bear or from somewhere in the middle. Now the question is how did those IPOs gather their, what's the best word for this, I guess, value? So for example, if you bought the 2013 Bitcoin top, but then you bought the Ethereum IPO in 2015, well, then obviously you sold much lower than 1350. Now, did you do better buying Ethereum than you did holding Bitcoin? Well, yes, you did. So, was that the absolute bottom? Well, no, not quite, but it was close. So, sure, let's say that. And then let's talk about Hex. Okay, so Hex, in 2019, you bought the 2019, which was actually the 2020 bottom. Were you better off buying Bitcoin or Hex? Well, it's a very simple answer. You were better off buying Hex because it was newly formed and it was during a bear market. So now you might think, well, this means that I'm answering yes to your question for the bear market. Well, the answer that I'm going to give you is no, because truly I don't think it matters. We saw Bitcoin go down as Hex went up in 2019 and in 2020 and 2021. 2021 Bitcoin went up and Hex kind of followed it, but not quite, and then surpassed it after its blow off top. But when you see these things do its major run-ups, they tend to not be correlated with the other things unless it's during the major bull run. So, do I think he's waiting for the absolute bottom? No, I don't, because that
Why?
would be
Why?
ridiculous.
No,
Because
I
it'd be
disagree with you.
ridiculous.
I disagree with you 1,000,000%. I disagree with you.
Okay.
I disagree. Yeah. But again, it's I'm Jake Nader. I'm here. I'm a Mexican from Southern California. I'm not broke. I'm not a dick. I surround myself with positive people. There's a bunch of Mexicans here in Southern California that tend to agree with me, and I learned this from them. But it's okay. We are who we are, and but this is good conversation. Really good conversation. So I'm in with it.
Okay. So, let's say that he wanted to time the bottom, right? Did he time the bottom with Hex?
Sadu, real quick. Sadu's my good friend. Quick question, Sadu. I hope you're on. So I know you're on here, but I don't know if you're listening. Let me ask you a question. in your heart of hearts, do you think he's timing the bottom?
No, I'm sorry. Did you not hear me before?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Sadu. Sadu. I'm trying to
To
get
do, I
hit.
apologize.
I'm speaking to my friend Sadu. Sadu. So he's from Texas. Well, I mean, dox him, but Sadu, wake up, jack off. My question to you is this: do you think Richard Hart is targeting the bottom? Yes or no? That's all I want to know.
May I jump in some more while we're waiting for a response?
Well, Sadu's my good friend. I'm surprised he blew me off. Kind of pissing me off, but I love him. But I just
Hey man, maybe he's taking a shit. Maybe he's taking a shit. And listen, I think we agree on a lot of things. I think that's a good thing. And the only reason that I'm disagreeing with you is when there's an asset that has the potential to perform this well, that can deal with the bear market blues already. Because let me explain to you the downside of the Hex AA or the Tezos original launch. Let me explain the downside to that.
well,
You
bro,
have
you don't need to explain that to me, bro. I've been out here for a long time. I'm not an idiot. I'm not ignorant. And anything you're saying is, I'm
okay.
probably
Well,
heard
no,
it.
no, but okay. So say you're not. Say you're not,
Just so you
right?
know,
But let's talk
I'm not
about
a
this
pleb.
for other people.
I'm not a pleb.
No, but
I'm not a pleb.
no, and you're not. But let's all right. Let's assume you're a pleb, and you're not. You're not. But for the other people listening that are hearing, like, what do you mean the AA and the EOS fucking launch? What the fuck are you talking about? Let's talk about that for them.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm in.
And then let
Okay.
me explain why Pulsechain is different. And I'm sure you already know why, but let's talk about that for them. So, with the Hex AA and with the EOS adoption amplifier, whatever the fuck you want to call that, the IPO, whatever, all right, you had 30 days to pile in your money, and there were 2 buckets given. All right. So, based on the money that came into that bucket that day, was the percentage allocation given to those who jumped in. So, for example, if you jumped into the Hex Adoption Amplifiers AA and there was an Ethereum bucket with 1,000,000 hex in it, and you dumped in 1% of the Ethereum in
What's
that
your point?
bucket,
What's your point?
you were
What's your point?
we didn't have that with Pulsechain. But can I finish explaining so anyone else listening can have an idea?
No. But what you're saying is too far in depth for the people that you're saying you want to help out. Because what you're saying right now, I
Well,
understand.
I'm trying to do this in stepping stones. I'm trying to do this in stepping stones so that the people
Yeah.
that don't understand what we're talking about can understand what we're talking about.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to do it in a stair set. All right. So with EOS and with AA, there's 2 buckets, right? So say the first bucket was 100 million hex, and you put in 1 Ethereum, all right? And then somebody else put in 99 Ethereum. Well, that means that you got 1% of the bucket. Congratulations. You got 1% of whatever the hex allocation was that day, which I believe was 500 million. So you got 1% of 500 million. Now with
Bro,
EOS,
you're not making sense at all. You're making 0 cents right now. 0 cents at all. 0.
okay.
So I
Well then
apologize.
where am I going wrong, man? Tell me where I'm going wrong.
You're just this 500.
Is my math
Investing
wrong?
way wrong. Come on, way wrong. And I will say this: If you don't know, then you don't know. And again, you said you're a little buzzed. It's all good. Don't get me wrong. You are who you are, and that's fine. And I gotta tell you, I love you being on the chat because the chat is so big, so freaking dead, and it sucks. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you're wrong, and it's okay to be wrong. I mean,
Well, and my numbers were probably wrong. They were an estimate, and they were just, hey, let's throw numbers out there so people understand them, right? If you throw in, one Ethereum into the bucket, and there's 100 Ethereum in that bucket, right? You're gonna get 1% of whatever the adoption amplifier was, because that's literally how the adoption amplifier worked. It's the same thing that EOS worked, right? You
no,
got
no, no,
1%.
no,
Well,
no,
then tell me
no.
how I'm wrong. Don't just tell me that I'm wrong. Explain the math.
That's okay. I'm glad you asked that question. So, if you have, first of all, Richard Hart can't stand Ethereum. So, if you have one Ethereum, if it's $23,995, you're gonna receive one pulse, one pulse, one.
I'm not talking about Pulse. I'm not talking about Pulse. I am talking about the Hex adoption amplifier, as in Hex Day 1. And then I'm also talking about the EOS.
Hold on. Okay, Hex adoption amplifier. What the hell is that shit? What you're saying makes no sense. Hex adoption
It's
amplifier.
because you weren't
What are you talking about?
around, man. What
You're
I'm
not.
talking about is how the start of Hex worked, which is the start of how EOS worked. And that is how Richard Hart based the Hex adoption amplifier with Hex worked. And I'm explaining how it's different from the Pulsechain Sacrifice.
No, well,
And then why the Pulsechain Sacrifice will do better than either the Hex adoption amplifier or the EOS IPO. I'm trying to explain why it will do better in a bear market versus Hex or versus EOS when they first started.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. It's okay.
All right. Well, can I at least make my point so that other people listening can understand? Because
I know,
this is a big thing. This is a big thing to the question that you asked.
It is a big thing, but what you're saying right now is making 0 sense. And I'm surprised Sadu and some other friends don't have the balls to step up. Sadu, wake up. What you're saying makes 0 sense to me. So it's all good. Keep on doing. Say what you're saying.
All right,
It's good that
I will
trying on
perform
this.
it in very basic math, and I will make it seem as basic as it is. And if
Okay.
you tell me
Okay,
I'm
good.
still making no sense, I will stop. Okay.
Okay, then let's go.
So when Hex started and when EOS started, which is what Hex was based off of, do we understand that? Right? We understand when Hex started. We understand when EOS started. Okay. Both of them launched with 2 buckets. Okay. There was an empty bucket of either EOS or ETH. Okay. Or no, it would have been Ethereum or what the fuck did EOS launch with? It might have been Bitcoin. We'll just assume Bitcoin for the ease of this conversation. Okay. So when they started, you gained a percentage of whatever bucket you held versus the other bucket. So if there was, say, 1 million hex in one bucket and there was 0 Ethereum in the other bucket, if you put any Ethereum in that bucket and no one else put anything else in there, then you got the entire 100% of the hex bucket. It is the same thing that worked in EOS. So if you, for example, put 1 Ethereum in But another whale came in and put 99 Ethereum in for a total of 100 Ethereum into the Ethereum bucket, and there was 1 million hex. This is too mathematical. Okay. Percentage difference then.
No. The best thing is you're not making sense. It's okay. It's okay.
He's making
You're not.
sense. He's making perfect
You're not.
sense.
No,
Dude,
zero
I
sense.
thought I had this right. Like, I'm fucking hammered, and I'm pretty sure my mathematics is fucking correct.
No.
Can someone
he-
speak up and tell me that I'm fucking
It's
doing
okay.
okay here? Like, what's going on?
No.
Well-
Jake's just not understanding. The fact that he doesn't understand doesn't mean it's not true. Jake, you said yourself you weren't there when it happened. This is the way it happened. Okay? This is exactly how it happened. So you saying no doesn't mean it didn't happen. It fucking happened that way, okay? Just get over it.
You get over it. First of all, the fact that you use a curse.
Listen, I'm not
to get your
trying to
point
be a
across.
dick here, man.
No,
I'm trying to explain this in the most
Crystal clear.
rudimentary way that I can.
Crystal
I'm
clear.
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Crystal clear. It's okay. You and Cracker will both be wrong. It's okay. It's no big deal. Won't be the first time. You know, Cracker comes down here whenever he wants. That's fine. You know, but it's okay to be wrong.
Dude,
Won't be the first time.
Dude, don't tell me that I'm wrong when you can literally go and look up the analytics on Google and see that I am fucking correct. Like,
Well,
man, I've been here since fucking day 3. You want to tell me I'm wrong? But I'm the one watching all of this? Like, it's infuriating. It's like being told that a man can be a woman. It's infuriating.
Oh, I agree with you on that. I agree with you. It is infuriating. I agree with that 100%. But I will say this: when you're trying to get your point across, if you need to motherfuck me like Krakatoa, sometimes I love him, sometimes I don't. But if you need to curse,
Dude, I'm not trying to fuck you. I'm not trying to fuck you in any sense. I'm literally trying to explain to you. And if you let me get to my next part, you'd probably really enjoy the outcome. But you won't let me get there.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, guys, let's bring this down just a shade. Jakenator, give him the
Holy shit,
platform to
fuck
make his
boner.
point, please. Please give Crypto Quack the platform to be able to make his points. Do not Crypto Quack, don't yield to any kind of outbursts. Make your point, and then let's find out where we are. I'm only coming in halfway. I'd like to know what the points are as well. Maybe I can back them up.
Yeah, agreed.
Dude, you literally just made me zip up my pants. I was about to pee. And like I saw Papa Boner come into the chat and I fucking zipped him right up. And all right, let me give my point here. All right, so with the Hex adoption amplifier, there were 2 buckets given. All right, now depending on the amount of Ethereum you threw into the bucket depended on how much of the Hex bucket you got. So say there was 1 million Hex in that bucket, and I don't know the exact numbers, so we're going to use 1 million as my example. Now you threw, call it 100,000 Ethereum into that bucket. But at the end of the day, that bucket had 1 million Ethereum in it, meaning that you got 1 hex per 1 Ethereum. You got 1/10 of that bucket. You got 10% of the bucket by basic math. Now, based on that, let me explain to you why that is very different from the Pulsechain sacrifice. Okay? Because there were no fucking buckets. There were no buckets. There was no percentage. All right? It was, if you got in from the first 1 through 5 days, you got a flat rate of a 0.0001 dollar amount per 1 pulse. All right, so you got 10,000 pulse per $1 sacrifice. Now, every day after that 5-day period, it went up by 5%, meaning you would get 5% less. And that is the difference between the Hex AA and the EOS IPO. And that is why I believe that during the bear market if Pulsechain was to launch, even if before we were to see a bottom in Bitcoin or Ethereum, we would see a massive Pulsechain and PulseX run up, period. And if anyone wants to disagree with me after that facts, I'm happy to explain the math again after my P. And again, I was like literally on the verge of going, and then Jesus Christ, Papa
Okay.
Boner jumped in the chat and shut
All
me the
right.
fuck up. So
All right, CryptoQuack, take your evacuation of your bladder, and I will explain to Jakeinator what I heard. You go on, mute and go have your little tiddly tinkle and just listen up. Jakeinator, everything he said was correct in terms of the historical value of what he mentioned. Okay, in one sense, we had the taking from a bucket of water, and the other sense, we had a passing of liquid assets into the bucket of water. The two are accurate historically. What his position is that the bonding curve creates a more enticing, improved method to EOS's distribution model. So that's the only claim that he's making that one
And
could
X.
say, we'll wait and see. Does that make sense, Jake?
No, it doesn't. If you play this
Okay,
back,
what's your position? What's your position?
hold on. If you play this back and listen to what he's saying, if you wrap your mind around it, I disagree. Go
Well,
back,
I know you
play,
disagree, but can you please explain what your position is?
because he throws he's throwing all these ignorant numbers out, and I know he's one P. God bless him, revocation B. We put all these different numbers out, 1 million this and 10 million that, and all the different.
There were examples.
It's
Well,
not right.
Jake,
So
let me break it down for you. It's not a threat, it's a fact. There was kind of a Dutch auction method to the adoption amplifier. A set amount of tokens were offered, and people threw Ethereum into the pot. And if you were alone in that bid, you threw in 1 Ethereum, you could collect the entire pot for 1 Ethereum. But if you were one of 1 million Ethereum, as he offers, then you would only get, 1/1,000,000th of pot. And that is true. That's why day one FOMO was a problem. There was a bigger pot, but because everybody jumped in, they crowded each other out and got a smaller piece of the pie. That's just the way the adoption amplifier worked. Now, with the sacrifice, we got points at a set amount for the first 5 days, and then it went worse and worse by 5% until the end of the cycle, and then there was a kind of plateau for dum-dums that didn't even find out about it till the end, and we know how that went out. In this case,
Papa,
everyone
Papa,
got a flat amount. We
they weren't
defined the
dumb.
circulating supply.
Papa, they weren't dumb. They just learned about it later than us, right?
Okay,
We weren't dumb
that's fine.
because we found out about Bitcoin later. I'm just
You're right.
enunciating.
You're right. I shouldn't call them dum-dums. How about later adopters?
Yes, correct, right? Because, like, listen, man, I found out about Hex day 3. It doesn't mean I was a dum-dum because I found out about it day 3.
Well, you were a smart because you didn't go dum-dum FOMO day one like me.
I didn't buy. I was a dum-dum. But that's still not the way it's going.
Anyway,
I was
the point is that this is a historical account. Jakeinator, do you disagree with anything that I've mentioned so far?
no, I just trying to wrap my head around it. And
Well,
obviously,
there's no
I'm
judgment other than there's no judgment other than that's not historically accurate or that's historically accurate. It's benign force. It doesn't doesn't.
Hold on. Yes, let me answer. Okay, as far as historically, we're not going to do historically because if you're not going to sit on we're going to Google it. It's a bunch of bullshit. Historically, you cannot back up crypto goat or quack, whatever the case may be, and say, well, he's absolutely right. You're wrong. You cannot say everything he said is absolutely right.
He's right
You cannot say that.
because
Papa
nothing that I
Well, hold on. Let me finish.
right.
Papa
I'm
Bonner,
telling you, right.
you cannot say that whatever he said is historically right. I disagree with you 100%. 100%. I
So
disagree. Go ahead,
wherein lies the inaccuracy, please?
But no,
You know,
Papa. Google it.
Jake, Jake, there were videos that came out every single day, and they went through the adoption amplifier or the adoption of HEX on a daily basis, and you can go back and see those videos if you want, day
All
after
right.
day
Any
after
of the
day,
any of the
and they
Hexo
explained it.
shows?
Yeah, the
Any of the
Hexo.
Hexo shows?
Exactly right.
Explain
Exactly what
my
I'm talking
point.
about. It's all there in black and white and color.
Let me.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
hey, all right. Listen, you are right in saying that my numbers were not accurate because what I said was an interpretation of
Yes.
what had happened.
Yes.
That the numbers
I agree with
that
you.
I said were wrong. They were, but they were to make people understand how the
Yes.
adoption
Oh.
amplifier worked.
It's
And
it's called an Jake. It's
yes.
called an example.
Papa
It's called an
Bonner,
example.
Papa Bonner, he just said that, but yet you said he was historically right. So Papa Bonner, you're wrong.
All right, Jake.
He just said that.
Jake,
So,
let me give you
be
the
real.
concept of an example. When I tell you, I took it. I could take an axe to my door and make sure that the deadbolt didn't work anymore. It doesn't assume that I did so. It's giving an example situation. He gave an example. He filled in X with a variable. He filled in the variable
Okay.
with a random number.
Papa Bonner, will it say that? Papa Bonner, hey, Papa, then just say that. Don't say he's historically right. Jigadator, you're wrong. He's historically right. That's incorrect. You're wrong.
No, that's not what
But
I'm saying.
Jake,
The example like correct. And
his point made was to explain to you the mechanics of both. That's it. Not the raw facts and the numbers of both. He doesn't have the chart in front of him. If he did bring the chart up, then he would not only be historically right, but mathematically right.
correct. And I wasn't trying to be mathematically correct. I was only trying to
He's not even
explain
close,
the
Papa
difference
Bonner. Come on.
between the AA, the EOS launch, and the Pulsechain launch, and the differentials between all of them during the bear market. Because I believe that Pulsechain during the bear market will outperform all of these because of said metrics. And that was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I understand. And you know what, Jake? His thesis, to boil it down, his thesis is based on the bonding curve of the sacrifice phase. Pulsechain and PulseX will do something different to the upside, potentially, when compared with the EOS launch. It's definitely his opinion, and that's it.
That's super
And the Hex
important.
launch. It'll outperform the Hex launch and the EOS launch. That's his thesis. Now, you can't prove that because time has not proven it to be right or wrong. So you can't debate it. It's his thesis.
Papa, don't put words in his mouth. Don't put words in his mouth. Let him speak. You're putting words in his mouth. Okay, let him speak. You're wrong, Papa.
He is helping explain.
Jake, that's what I heard him say.
Okay.
I don't know how to help. I don't know how to explain this differently. And like I thought I explained this well. And don't get me wrong, I am super drunk. Like I drank 30 drinks.
You didn't.
Tonight. So like, where did I go wrong?
Hey, bro, I gotta tell you, Papa. Let me say this for a second. Give me 30 seconds. I gotta tell you, bro. I love that you're on this chat right now, and Papa Bonner does too. does too. And you're a blessing to hear you speak. And I love to hear what you're saying. I gotta tell you because
But
people.
but
Well, hold on, Papa. It's a blessing. No, there's no but. There is no but. It's a blessing to hear people on the chat, Papa Boner, and don't talk shit because I know you love to hear people on the chat because it was you and I and Pepe and Walrus and Profex and all the Gamma, all the people on this chat, and they're not here no more. But I'm here. I'm here. I'm back, and I love to hear this gentleman speak. And I have a difference of opinion, and that's okay. It's okay. It doesn't mean he's right or I'm right or he's wrong and I'm wrong, whatever the case may be. And if you want to agree with him, that's fine. Won't be the first time. But I got to tell you, it's a blessing to be on this chat at 11:30 at night here in Southern California, where Papa Boner is from. I know he's in Tokyo, and God bless him. But I got to tell you, bro, I'm not trying to piss you off in any way, shape, or form. It's a difference of opinion, but it's okay. That's how we learn. I've learned from Papa Boner. I've learned from Walrus. I've learned from frickin' Profex. I've learned from Identity. I've learned from Pepe. All these different guys, and
And
that's
congratulations
You,
today you've
right.
learned from Crypto Quack. I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong by any sense of the imagination, but we're having a conversation that I
Amen.
truly hope you can learn from.
Amen. Amen. I agree.
On a
Hey, like that.
slightly different topic, if I can interject, and maybe we can go back to this because I've been trying to catch Papa for the past couple of days.
Right.
Hey, Papa. I know you are obviously, and I've heard you speak to this quite a few times. But as far as a treasure and a ledger is concerned, I need to get something. And I've come in the chat. I've got a couple of opinions. I'm just curious. I know you seem to have more of a preference towards treasures. Between the two models, the Model T and whatever one the other model is, I know there's a bit of a price difference, which is fine. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth paying, the extra whatever, which if I have to, it is what it is, but I don't know if it's worth the extra bang for my buck because in terms of features, it just seems like you're going to be able to add a few more coins. Maybe it's a bit more user friendly, but I guess is it worth it is the question, one, in your opinion. Two, are there any arguments you would make for maybe not getting a treasure and getting a ledger instead? Knowing that I know you have a preference towards treasure, but then again, I'm curious.
Pop up
yeah, easy
before
one.
you.
Oh, go
Can
ahead,
I
Crypto Quack. Go ahead.
can I give my experience on why you shouldn't buy a ledger?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't buy a ledger because they had a major customer data breach that had caused me and my family to experience mass phone calls, text messages, emails, and
Yep.
it hasn't happened yet, but dare I say it, a wrench attack because of their leak. So I do not recommend Ledger purely based on what I have experienced. All of
Had
my
something
data was
similar,
pretty.
Treasure had something similar though too, and I mean, for me, a data breach happens to any and every company. Turn on the news, and I'm not making any excuses for that. Again, I'm keeping an open mind. I've yet to get something. I want to get something. I'm trying to figure out which one will be a better option, and there are arguments to be made for both, and I've heard both. But I
You
know
don't. You don't. And I haven't heard anything about the Trezor breach, and I haven't been affected by it. But I would like to hear about it. So please, by all means, explain what happened.
Yeah, they had a data leak too. I'm gonna Google it real quick, but they had something similar to Ledger as well, right? I mean, I think Papa, you keep up with these things. I think you might be able to confirm. I know they had something similar. Treasure had something similar.
Trezor had a distribution list, emails only. That was on a hosted outsourced company that was sending out the blasts. Somebody on inside job sold that to another company that sent spam to those people. That's all. Their telephone numbers, their addresses, their names, all that stuff that Ledger did leak through an idiot mistake from an intern. It did not happen with Trezor. But either way,
No,
the integrity
wrong.
of the solution is unchanged.
You said that Trezor had that happened when you meant that ledger. So with Trezor's leak, it was only the email, correct?
No. Trezor's leak was an email to a set of
That's what I meant.
distribution
Um,
set of previous inquiries or people that set up on their website to receive updates via email. That distribution list did get spam, and they traced it back to a leak from the distribution partner that they have to do the blast. That's all. And it's a
but
secure.
it had
They
nothing
build
to do.
themselves as a secure method to do the blast, so they breached their contract. So Trezor cleaned that up, apologized, all good. With Ledger, it was their own database that was leaked accidentally, and it exposed all the personal information, including address, phone number, name of their um, previous customers. This resulted in not only you getting spam, but people know where the users are. Um, they don't know the wallet addresses, but they do know that they once purchased a Ledger Nano S. And also, they targeted 1,000 of those users for a reverse engineering attack, which included the sending of an adulterated Ledger Nano X to those users. And on the chipset, there was a soldered USB connector that phoned home all of the information that was used in that device. That quickly made the press, and I don't know of anybody that fell for that attack, because if you just got a free Nano X and said, "Hey, this is our apology to you. Please use this in the best of health. Goodbye." It wasn't even in an actual box. It was in just a plastic wrap sent to people. Highly suspicious, and people started, Google searching it, and Ledger released, the copy of the chipset that was unadulterated and the one with the actual soldered on component. And to the best of my knowledge, nobody fell for it. But it begs the question: how did the attacker get a hold? And this is supply chain management, right? How did the attacker get a hold, if it's made in France, of these blanks or units that were returned or otherwise unfinished? How did those go walking out the back, of Ledger and fall into the hands of attackers? Obviously, they
And
didn't
this,
buy them retail, right?
oh,
I was
this is
going to
when
say, I mean, why do you think they did not buy them? They could have bought 100, 50, 25, whatever. I mean, it's a possibility, right?
But
It,
no,
it doesn't
this is the
scale.
problem.
It doesn't scale. An
It,
attacker
it
wants to get the best bang for the buck, and Nano X's buying them off the shelf and then adulterating them and then shipping them at their expense to the users does not make sense at all. They need to be able to bulk ship them and get them effectively for free, and then spend their money in adulterating them, because that's an expense as
See your,
well.
yeah, I mean, I see your point, but it's a risk reward. But I guess so. Basically, from what I'm hearing, so I mean, you're making a case which is, valid to basically not get a ledger, which I'm
I,
assuming
I
they.
didn't I didn't say that. By the way, for the record, I did not say that. All of
no, that
this and the
that's
mishandling of everything by the CEO of Ledger, coming out and saying that he apologizes, but he's not going to make any further, not even a discount coupon to the Ledger users whose information was leaked. He's just going to say this whole thing is, or let me say it in my worst Parisian accent possible. This entire episode has taught us many things about our security posture. We will make best efforts to improve it in the future. Thank you. I have nothing more to say.
And here, let me say that in my best English accent, and it's too bad, so fucking sad. I'm so sorry that we just dumped all of your customer data, including the fucking homes of your family. I'm so sorry that we just introduced your family to a wrench attack. I'm so sorry that we may have just caused torture among your family, but listen, we're real sorry. It's like the DP episode of South Park saying, we're
Yeah, you
sorry
sound like
we
it.
fucked here. That's what it is. It's
And
You
we're
sound like
sorry,
it.
but we're doing nothing.
and
Fuck
to
Ledger.
add insult to injury, my legend never even fucking worked.
What?
There you go. There is,
Straight out of the
yeah.
box, it didn't even work.
What?
Oh, that's terrible.
Straight out
But
of the box,
they would make good on that.
didn't work.
Krakatoa, they would make good on that if it was a DOA unit. You simply call them up and you get an RMA and they give you a new unit 100%. However, it's a good point. Is I think that the build quality of Trezor is superior to Ledger. I think that the boys in Czech Republic beat the boys in France. That's my opinion. I've had
I,
lots of users come
I
to me
agree
with
because
buttons that fail, screens that go dark. It's no fun to have that conk out. But anyway, let's get back to the point. The point is, you're looking at Ledger, you're looking at Trezor. You want to know, is there any reason to step up to a Trezor Model T in this day and age when the price is like $300 and the price of the Trezor 1 is like $83, $85? Is it worth the 3x, 4x that you have to pay to get that touch panel on the actual
That makes
device?
no sense.
It really is not worth it in my eyes right now. For if you're doing DeFi and real DeFi and Richard Hart products and projects, then the Model 1 is your best bang for the buck, 100%. I wouldn't step up to the Model T until you really want super ease of use. Some people don't even like it as much as the Model 1 because they fat finger the panel and they can't really hit the numbers that they want. Now, that being said, there is a modicum of improvement from security perspective. And that is that you can enter in the passphrase directly into the device. You can do a recovery directly into the device. You don't rely on any, obfuscated numbers that appear on the device and correspond with buttons on the display of your PC. But I consider that a minor improvement. I don't consider that to decrease the security level of the Model 1 in any way, shape, or form. So I would say go for the Model 1 today. Until they introduce a model that's maybe in between, that's just an incremental, improvement that you can see, it's tangible and we approve of, and it's not for, a huge arm and a leg difference in price. Does that make sense?
No, it totally does. And this is the sense that I've gotten. Actually, I asked this question about a week or so ago, and Krakatoa shared his experience because he's got a Trezor, and he kind of made it sounds like the same point. My takeaway from chatting with him, he's like, look, basically, it's more user friendly. The Model T, which I think I kind of gathered that myself too, just from the fact that it's bigger and all that, and that kind of sounds like what you're saying as well. You get that little incremental security. Not to say the Model 1's, insecure, but for whatever that's worth. But you're basically paying whatever 3-4 times more for more user friendliness, which for whatever that's worth to you, I guess. If you want to spend the extra money, which I don't know if it's necessarily worth it, I guess.
Yeah, I bought my Model Ts when they were first released for like $110. I would not pay 3 times that right now.
They go up so much, and why are they so much more expensive? I mean, did they just realize like, oh, we made a bigger screen and people want this more, so we're gonna upcharge them by whatever 3-4 times, the Model 1? Like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, I would say that it's supply chain management, their distribution model, and their channel partners, and their forecasting was off, so they were left shorthanded. They used to sell 3 packs of the Model 1s, then they dropped back to 2 packs, and then they don't have any bundles at all anymore. I think, and this is just my ego talking here, but I think that this community specifically, sapped all of their resources, took everything off the shelves, they just blew the numbers out the door. We, as a community, 100,000 users strong, started buying 3-packs back in the day wholesale. And some people would buy 2 and 3-packs on this very chat and stock up. So because of that, we kind of bought against ourselves, and they didn't know why they were suddenly selling a gazillion of them and didn't have any to actually, send out to their channel distribution network. And they just misjudged. Then they got hit with the short supply of parts and injection molding, most likely. And the Corona didn't help them. And now they're just recovering from that. But why reduce prices when they lost all that revenue? So they're kind of in a bit of a tailspin. I still think that the Model 1 is a superior product. I think that I would still pay $85 for a single Model 1 because it's a drop in the bucket in terms of insurance. If I didn't have 1 or 2 of them already, I'd spend $160, $170 to get 2. But I don't think that they're gouging their public. I think that they just got caught behind the 8 ball and they're recovering. Ledger, on the other hand, funny that they still offer, group packs and, or family packs and all sorts of stuff. They don't seem to be short on hand. So I would think that they are the other end of the spectrum. They had an abundance, an oversupply in their channel, so they can still offer that at a very cheap price. But then again, that could also be attributed to the fact that they've got a tarnished image because of the, distribution of customer data. So maybe they're still recovering from that. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Honestly, I think that you just go with what you want, don't compromise, and get yourself at least 2 units. If you have a MetaMask, wallet that you actually use to do any kind of time lockup, be it staking or sacrificing. So you'd need 2 of them, do a migration for one and a vault wallet for the other. And then you have 2 and you're done for now.
Let me just ask you one other thing, Papa. Yeah, no, I appreciate all that. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to be bringing in my MetaMask into the Treasure. So, and I don't think this is necessary, but I guess I'm going to ask. Do I need to reset? Because it's going to come with its own seed phrase. I'll be importing my seed phrase into the Treasure, but should I still reset the Treasure to get a new set of seed words for the Treasure itself? Or is that
No,
not
you're confusing a couple of things. Number one, the Treasure does not come with any seed words; it's blank. So you're going to introduce the seeds from MetaMask to one Treasure, and that
He's been
Treasure is going
confusing all
to
night, Papa. The whole
what?
night. He's been confusing the whole night. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that you need a one Treasure is dedicated for one seed. The seed that you migrate from the MetaMask is the first Treasure. The second Treasure has a 24-word seed phrase that's generated from the device itself. And if you go in main chat, you type HWMIG, standing for hardware migration, you'll get a list of videos. The first link will lead you step by step in 40 minutes through the entire process and why you need 2 independent, unique devices.
Yeah, I mean, and I've seen that. I mean, respectfully, I think I'm gonna stick with the one just to make my life easy. But I'll check it out. I'm aware. I've seen the videos. It was a couple of months or so ago, and long story short,
But the reason that we suggest 2, and you can get away with 1, but it's going to be very inconvenient for you. If you want to only get away with 1 device, then generate the 24 words from that device, copy paste the public address, and then factory reset it and do your migration. Now you've got an offline cold storage safe place to send your goodies when you get the airdrop. And after you have no value left on the migratory wallet, then you can introduce those seeds that were cold back into the hot wallet, into the actual hardware device, and get on with your life. But if you have time locked stuff that you're going to be married to for a long time, then I do recommend getting two, just from the disaster recovery method, or added bonus that you get from having two devices. Because if one fails, then you're going to be tempted to plug in that seed into a hot wallet somewhere, into a
To your
software wallet somewhere, instead of introducing it only into another hardware device.
your point, in terms of having another one as a backup, sure. I mean, yeah, I see your point, but in terms of, I think I heard you say it'd be inconvenient, but I think you mean inconvenient in terms of having two would be inconvenient, not in terms of having one. Because if you have
No,
one,
no. You misunderstand. Ma. You get an airdrop of Pulse. It comes into a migrated wallet from MetaMask, right? It used to be MetaMask, now it's on your hardware wallet. You get that airdrop, you see it, you're like, oh, that's good. I got my airdrop. But I know that this is a migrated seed of 12 words that began its life as a browser extension generated wallet, which has its seed store on my local machine that could have been taken at any time. I know it's at risk. It's not very secure, even though it now resides on a hardware wallet. The idea is you want to send it somewhere quick, send your assets somewhere quick to a brand new 24 word seed phrase, passphrase enabled hardware wallet. Where do you do that if you don't have the second one in your custody?
I see your point. I guess what I was gonna just go off of was that one wallet, because I've technically, and again, I'm not saying that it's bulletproof. You're a bit more exposed. Maybe you would argue you're more exposed, not just a bit more exposed. But considering, from my understanding, that once you have the treasure and you have the pin and you have to physically hook it up, like someone would have to break into my house, I guess, at that point, or physically have this to then be able to.
No. If your seeds are compromised in the case of MetaMask and you do a migration, the compromise is still present. You don't bolt on security by migrating a compromised seed into a hardware wallet. You simply stop the bleeding of additional attackers getting that seed as well. So they don't
Correct.
require your
On
physical device to be able to move your funds if they have your seed. Do you understand?
I see your point, yeah, because then they've technically loaded it into a wallet, and they've set up their own whatever to be able to make the migration, right? To be able
That's
to make
right.
it's not even
Yeah.
it's not even
Yeah.
it's not even setting the technical whatever. It's they have your seed words and they can get it, right? It's like just the same as if you have a Trezor wallet and you compromise those 24 seed words, they can still get your money, dude. Unless you have a 25th word. Right, and that's kind of the bonus towards a Trezor, but one you can do a ledger too, but that's not the point. The point is if those seed words are exposed, you are exposed. Period. Do not let those words get exposed. And if they are, migrate, and not when I say migrate, I don't mean move your fucking 12 word to a ledger. I mean, move anything on that 12 word to an entirely new seed phrase. If you
Yeah,
can.
that's a good point, and that's where I was getting, MA, is that a migration only addresses anything that's not liquid. Anything that's liquid should be sent to your vault wallet immediately anyway. Anything that's not nailed down. And by nailed down or illiquid, I would say stakes and sacrifice points. Those represent things that are time locked. And those only migrate with the seed because they're married to that seed until they are unlocked, until your stakes mature and you unlock and you unstake, or you get your airdrop. But the most important thing now is, I imagine that you sacrificed. If you did, then you're going to want to shoot those those tokens that suddenly appear in your wallet on mainnet go live to somewhere that is 100% generated 24-word seed phrase, potentially with a 25th word that CryptoQuack was alluding to, which is the passphrase. And you have those backed up in 2 geographically separated locations. And then you're good to go. Then your security posture is heightened.
And in very layman's terms, he is saying it's a race, dude. It's a race. You are going to race whoever has your seed words to get your money before they do. Because that's all this is. It's a fucking race, man.
No, I hear you. I mean, I appreciate.
I'm sorry. Sorry for my vulgar language.
No, I mean it is, you know, it is a serious matter. I'll say this: I don't have any reason to believe that I've been compromised. But you know, nonetheless, I do realize and appreciate the importance of getting a hardware wallet, which is why I'm having this conversation. So I think, short of getting 2 wallets, which, you know, I don't want to. Let me rephrase. I don't mind getting a backup wallet just to have it around, so if I don't get lazy and, you know, if it breaks down and all that, so I might just end up doing that. But I don't think I want to.
MA, listen to me. Where are you going to send your new airdrop tokens? Explain to me that, and I'll let you off the hook.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to get to. So I think maybe this is, from everything that I heard, probably the way that I think I want to go about it. So once I get the treasure, I'm going to set it up, right? I'm going to transfer everything that I currently have from my MetaMask to that treasure that I've set up. And once I get the airdrop, I'm just going to transfer it to that treasure itself. So that's, I think, so that way I no longer, I'm going to be, so that way
your
I'm
method,
no longer.
Okay, I got it already. Your method is to wait with MetaMask on your local machine until the airdrop day. With the exception of your liquid assets that you're going to send to a brand new hardware wallet. That is one method of handling this, but it's not a good method. And I'll tell you why. You don't have any reason to believe that you've been compromised. However, the seed store on your local machine is very loosely encrypted with the password to log into your MetaMask as the decryption key. Everyone knows this. Everyone also knows what the name of that seed store file is because it's static to every installation of MetaMask on everybody's machines. The attackers know this. There are live exploits in the wild that are harvesting this information and injecting a keylogger into your system, whether you know it or not, collecting your keystrokes to your password, which is the key to decrypt that seed store file, and sending a copy of the seed store file along with that information back to the attacker. I wouldn't trust that. I would beg you, if you're going to insist on only having one device, let me tell you one more time how to do it. It's not convenient, but it's safe. Create a 24-word seed phrase wallet. Seed phrase wallet from the new Trezor. Make it a passphrase protected hidden wallet as well. Copy paste the public address, and then back up all of your words, and then wipe the device clean, factory fresh. Then do a migration of everything from the MetaMask instance by introducing the seeds from the MetaMask into that one wallet that you have. Now you've got a duplicate of your MetaMask that's running on your machine and the same that is running on the hardware wallet. You then uninstall and reinstall MetaMask on the local machine and write over the seed store file by making a new 12-word seed wallet. Then you send your liquid assets from the wallet that is now active on the hardware wallet to the public address that you copied and pasted from your 24-word seed phrase wallet that you generated from the device. It is now inaccessible to you, but it is safe. In order to access those funds, you have to introduce them again into another hardware wallet or swap the seeds from the ones that are currently in your hardware wallet to those that you're introducing from cold storage. You're swapping back and forth. It is inconvenient. Yes. It is doable. Yes. It is secure. Yes. However, you've lost your spare type of aspect of having the second hardware wallet available, even though it's being used. If you have two hardware wallets and they're being deployed right now using two different seed phrases, you can always factory wipe them and use them as backups for other seeds. But if you don't have two physical units, you are giving that up. That disaster recovery aspect is not available to you. So don't you think it's worth $85 to have all of that?
Yeah, no, it's not about the money. I mean, to me, it's just more a matter of the whole convenience and the logistics and the setup of it. But let me just ask you this. I'm pretty sure I followed along what you said in terms of setting all that up. My question is though, let's say the seats have been compromised. Again, I have no reason to suspect that they are, but let's say they are. At the end of the day, even with what you just described, assuming I understood what you said correctly, how would that ensure my safety? I guess maybe I missed something.
No, you have to assume your current
With the
seeds are
airdrop,
soft
sorry,
compromised.
just to clarify, with the airdrop specifically.
Yeah, the airdrop specifically. All right. So as far as the airdrop goes, by your method, you don't have a safe place to send your well, you have a safe place to send your tokens, but you're waiting you're sitting on your hands for the next month or maybe more, right? Hoping that the attacker isn't faster than you to send it somewhere safe. Period. And you've forgotten that it doesn't just stop with one attacker. There could be multiple attackers running that seed stealer on your system as time goes by. There could be other exploits. You want to stop the bleeding by saying, okay, if there is an attacker out there from this date and time, I know that there are not any more. See, that's a very important aspect to consider. And you really, if you have a MetaMask seed, you have to consider it already compromised because the exploits are there in the wild and the security level of the MetaMask wallet is not really great for the reason that I've outlined. So you have to think that.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, not to mention what else is in the security vectors there, right? So when you just have like a security browser-esque or a plugin, which would be the better word for it, you have so many attack vectors targeting you, you have no fucking idea, right? And that's just mentioning what we know of and not the 0 days, right? So many basic things, like a basic evil mate attack, right? Which is a keylogger, which is like, listen, I understand computers at a very generic level, and I understand coding at a generic level, and I can tell you, I can utilize all of these things, right? This is something that anyone with more than 5 hours of free time can figure out on their own. These are things you have to be paranoid about because anyone can fucking learn them with a minimal amount of time. Now, you want to talk about building their own shit? All right, fine, tack on 20, 30, 40 hours. But if they really want to dedicate their time to developing just one of these attacks, it's a lot easier than you think, man. Especially with anyone that has any technical
you can buy it off the
know-how.
shelf for $140. For $140, an attacker can generate a seed stealer and run it.
And that's a script,
no
kitty. That's
deal.
not even dedicating your own time. That's literally buying something off the shelf. That's a script, kitty.
And I'm not trying to interrupt, but I just don't want to go down the rabbit hole quite yet. I just want to make sure I understand. So Papa, with the strategy that you described, I think, again, if I'm understanding correctly, the way my safety is ensured is because at that point, what I have sitting on the hardware wallet while I'm waiting to get the airdrop is the 24 seed word that I generated on the hardware wallet. And what I have in terms of MetaMask is the new instance. So basically, my security is coming from the fact that the airdrop is going to be coming to a wallet that's offline. The seeds are offline. It's not anywhere. So is that the thought process behind you saying, behind your strategy essentially?
Okay. So you're
Again, what I'm
you're
trying to
still
understand, what I'm trying to understand is how your strategy is ensuring the safety of the airdrop. That's what I'm trying to get at.
okay. The only benefit that I'm offering is what you've done is you've taken the seed off of your local PC, which ensures that no additional attackers run any kind of seed stealer to get it and, compromise your stuff. If it hasn't been done already, that's great. Then you're free of that option, free of that fear. However, if it has been done, it limits the attacker base to only one or two that have already stolen it. It's better to not collect, a whole bunch of guys sharing your wallet, wouldn't you say?
I got you. Okay, yeah. So basically, let's say again, assume it's fallen to the hands of like 5 individuals. What's done is done in terms of the damage. So even if I was to do all of this, even with the seed words not being anywhere and it being transferred into the hardware wallet and all that good stuff,
Yep.
it's not that it's gonna still stop the perpetrators. They're still gonna be able to do it, assuming they
Yeah.
have it, even after
Well,
going through your
that's
strategy.
true. That's true, but you're going to be Johnny on the spot here in the chat. You're going to get the RPCs loaded in quicker than the attackers, we hope, because you're going to learn about them from Richard on the day. You're going to load them in, and before they can run their script to be able to get everybody's tokens, steal them from everybody that they had the seeds for, because it would be a manual entry of that into their, or it'd be a manual entry of the RPCs into their bot to go and start harvesting. You do it quicker, and you have a second hardware wallet that has your 24 word plus passphrase enabled hidden wallet, and you shoot it all there. You have it all in your address book, in your MetaMask, your new instance of MetaMask, which is only functioning as a dumb pipe interface, and you see them appear and you send them to the address that now resides on your second hardware wallet. Then you have the convenience of plugging in that second hardware wallet back into MetaMask and going about your business from a position of safety. I'm gonna say that about now, if anyone else was asking this many questions, I would raise my voice, I would use expletives, and I would implore them to stop the debate, buy 2 devices because it's the right thing to do. It satisfies all of their angles and questions and concerns. Watch the damn video and just go about it the right way. Or you could wiggle around this and spend more than $85 worth of everyone's time to have these types of debates. $85 is all that we're debating over here. And to me, for my money, I'd buy a second one and deploy it the right way.
Jump in here as
I
well
hope I make myself clear.
with the third option.
Yeah, no, just
What's
real
the
quick.
third option?
I'm not trying to debate you, Papa, on in terms of I know what I said. I'm as far as the one wallet for the convenience and all that, and I'm not trying to debate you in terms of that necessarily. I'm just trying to understand in terms of more so the logistics and yeah. So, but I see what's more.
Let me see. It's more convenient to have 2 wallets.
Yeah.
It's by far more convenient. You've got one that's a migrated wallet. It's migrated. Let me ask you, do you have stakes or did you sacrifice or both?
No, only sacrifice, no stakes.
Okay, then the added benefit is finite. It is very quick. For you, I understand. You don't have time lock things. You just have the time lock of the sacrifice. So when it appears and you send it off to somewhere safe, then the use of that migratory wallet is limited to you, unless you consider that you may get airdrops in the future, right? So you want to retain that backup, put that in your actual physical safe in your house, keep those seeds secure, but you can reformat that device and reintroduce the 20 forward seeds that you generated the first time. That is the way to do it with one hardware wallet. However, again, you don't have the fault tolerance. You don't have the disaster recovery aspect of having your spare. Now I understand what your situation is. Your security gap will be filled in an instant. As soon as you send successfully all of those airdrop tokens off to your Vault wallet address that you generated, and then introduce those seeds back into the hardware device, you now have a good, secure, posture. You're all good to go. However, you don't have the spare. And also for airdrops, you're going to have to go through the inconvenient method of reintroducing the original seed that you take out of your physical safe in your house to be able to see if you got any airdrops to collect.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Papa,
I'm gonna have to
Papa,
do that
let me
regardless,
speak
so,
about the
right?
dangers of airdrops.
But
Yeah,
just
hold
real
on.
quick,
Hold on, Crypto Quack. Hang back. MA, continue, please.
yeah, I was just going to ask real quick. I mean, regardless, I would have to do that though, right? Because the airdrops are always going to come to the wallet which I sacrificed from, right? So regardless, I would, well, yeah, I guess, right? I mean, if they're going based off the wallet that you sacrificed from, which was the MetaMask wallet, I would always be getting airdrops to that wallet, which let's assume it's compromised. Or are you going to be getting it to the wallet which they're seeing on the chain? Or I guess
There's
it
two
depends on
methods.
how they're
There's two
going about it.
methods. They can scrape users or they can scrape sacrificers. If they scrape users, then yeah, it goes to the new secure wallet. If they scrape sacrifice set, to want to try to appeal to those people, then they would drop to the original,
Sure.
MetaMask wallet.
Either or. Right. Right. So yeah,
Which is
and
why,
let's,
MA, you could have a wallet that is a migratory wallet and functions as your backup as well. So if you have two of them, you got because you mentioned that they're going to be targeting sacrificers in the first year or two, right? We're going to be the target of
They're
both good
already
and bad
targeting us.
airdrops for about a year or two. And after that, it'll probably tucker out, right? So you want to have that wallet secure where you can get it on a hardware wallet. It would be convenient to have it. And if your first wallet, your Vault wallet, dies, if it fails for any reason after the first year, whatever happens, then you've got your initial one that did the migration and the backup. You simply reintroduce your seeds, and while you're waiting for your next fresh one to come from Trezor, you're not without ability to manipulate your tokens.
but again, in the case of the airdrops, just to clarify, like let's say not for the Pulsechain and stuff airdrops, although it applies to that as well. Again, it's a race against the clock because if sacrificers are getting airdrops, and let's assume again that wallet's been compromised, again it's same song and dance. So you got to just
that's correct. That's
right.
correct.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the whole shebang. So that's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, but can we agree now that there are benefits that outstrip the $85 investment for a second hardware wallet? Please tell me that I'm making a point.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, in terms of not maybe so much for convenience, which is part of the reason I'm not gonna lie why I was gonna get the Ledger, because it has the Bluetooth capability, and about 3 weeks or whenever.
Wait a minute. Stop. Did I just hear you say you were drawn to the Ledger because of Bluetooth capability?
And we don't have to go down that rabbit hole, which is why we're talking about the Trezor. So that's why I decided to move away from that. Like I said, I mean,
You know what? The Nano X is a disaster. You
I
should
get it,
never
man.
be using Bluetooth connectivity for any reason with that really tiny Bluetooth transceiver that is piss poor with a battery on board that users are now saying once it fails, and they're failing now, you don't have access to your damn funds anymore on that device. It's a total waste of time, energy, and money. Do not get the Nano X. Do not get any Bluetooth enabled garbage fucking hardware wallet. Stick with those without a battery that don't have Bluetooth. End of story.
And that's another reason why I went to the treasury. Yeah, because I think you mentioned the battery thing a long time ago. I heard you say that, and I forgot until I heard you say it again about whenever it was, like a couple of weeks or so ago. So yeah, I mean, again, that's why you didn't see me really harp on the ledger for too long. But just like I heard you say in another conversation to use the things that you say as a data point and as a reference. And for me, I like to make informed decisions, right? That's the way I approach things, which is why I'm asking you all these questions. It's not just for the sake of asking questions, because that's how I learn, and that's how I come. Yeah, and that's how I come up with the reasons as to why. Okay, at least here are the benefits, here are the disadvantages, pros, cons. This is the reason why I decided to do it. So yeah, I have to sacrifice for convenience, but I have the safety of my funds, security, so on and so forth.
Right on. So now that you have absorbed some data, have you arrived at an informed conclusion?
With your help, most certainly, and I appreciate it.
Beautiful. I'm glad to be of assistance.
As always, thank you very much.
Pleasure. And thank you for taking your security posture seriously. I'm glad you came around to this now. I'm a little bit concerned that it took you so many cycles to do so. Why were you on the fence for so long? Because I've seen you in the chat for months.
Yeah, no, I know, and we've connected about my other situation before, and yeah, I mean, I was lucky that I got into crypto. I don't want to take up too much more airtime, but yeah, I got into crypto like December of 2021. Took about 6 months for me before I even put in $1 in the market. Or excuse me, 2020, not 2021, December of 2020, and it took about 6 months before I put $1 into the market, and I I'm someone who's on top of my security, although I know it doesn't maybe seem like it because I don't have a hardware wallet. But when that whole SIM lock situation happened, like December of last year, I was on it immediately. So I had my eye out for these things. But you're aware of what happened to me earlier this year, and in terms of this whole hardware wallet and airdrop stuff, I just, to be quite honest, was lazy and my priorities were elsewhere. But I know it's something that's got to get done now, and yeah, so I'm on it.
Right on. Well, don't tarry any further. Get your hardware wallets ordered now and get this shit done.
Thank you.
Don't dilly-dally on the way.
All right, gentlemen, and it's a nighty night from me. So good chatting with everyone. Thank you.
Be well.
Thanks.
All right, so if you don't mind me jumping in now, I would like to ask my question to the infamous Papa B.
Go ahead, man.
All right, so as you know, I am a Ledger and a Trezor user. I'm also a MetaMask user. So now I'm looking into a further alternative, as I like to diversify my security risk. So what are your thoughts on the Gnosis safe done by a, as you may have already known, Linux user who is very familiar with security, updating his own system, knowing which security updates to add? That's pretty much it.
I think that's a good solution for somebody who knows his platform. It's Linux, and he's got his proper flavor picked out. He knows how to do the updates. He knows how to keep on top of that as a great Linux user. And he wants to use a Gnosis Safe, which is a smart contract that masquerades as a wallet, has multi-sig capability, so you can actually generate the signatories from your current hardware wallets that you already own. I say thumbs up.
Okay, so now, say I wanted to integrate same Gnosis safe, but I wanted to integrate it into my Windows system, which is my dedicated hardware system currently for my hardware wallets to make it easy. How would you integrate that? And would that be okay?
The answer is I would say it's okay. Arguably, some purists would say that that's a step down from running Linux. But I would say as long as you're using the front end that's provided by Gnosis Safe, then I would sign off on that as well. Again, the signatories are your hardware wallet. You created, seeds. So injected through your hardware wallet in through the interface, I would say that that's fine.
Really appreciate that, Max. I was curious on what your Gnosis thoughts were, as we've already talked in detail on Ledger and on Trezor and on MetaMask. So that was literally my last talking point with you for gaining that info. So thank you very much, man.
My deep pleasure. And, for those that are technically minded and have the ability to run their own Linux boxes, keep them up to date, and, dabble with Gnosis Safe, I think it's a great step forward. It's the only new development in wallets that I really like. Because it's all a smart contract and you can review their audits. They've improved a great deal since they began in terms of their audits. So the latest flavor of the latest revision of their offering is superior to the prior. So I would definitely stay up to date on the latest one. And other than that, thumbs up to them and thumbs up to people that use it. And I haven't heard of anybody being exploited from use of a Gnosis Safe. In fact, Vitalik Buterin used to use, and until he revealed it on air, he was using a Gnosis Safe.
And if I'm not wrong, when he revealed that he utilized that Gnosis Safe, he also was attacked by the Shiba guys, who dumped 50% of their entire market share on him, which he donated to charity.
Crypto
And
Quack, you're roboting out for me. Your mic is wrecked. I also have to get out of here really quick.
no worries, man. I don't know why my mic's wrecked, but have a good night. Hey, Pulsechain dudes, I can't hear you. Give me a minute. Bye-bye.
I guess it's all speculation when Pulsechain and PulseX is going to be released. You got any timeline, time frame, or any solid guesses?
All right, dudes, I just reconnected my Bluetooth. I'm sorry that I disappeared. Hopefully, I can hear you now.
We have any solid speculation on when they're going to release Pulsechain or even PulseX?
No. And I know that's a terrible answer, so let me elaborate. When we're faced with DDoS bugs, similar to what you've seen in Solana, we are faced with a dilemma of fighting off all bugs until they're gone or launching with a vulnerable chain. And I don't I don't know, man. I don't know if you've seen every time Solana's gone down, people's money has been at stake and everything. I mean, if that's really what you want, then you can try and vote for it and you can reach out to RH with your concerns. But I got a solid feeling that with his reputation and his project's reputations, that he's probably going to tell you to fuck off.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, man. It's probably not the answer you wanted to hear. But I mean, what do you do?
Curiosity, you know? Nothing you can do.
That's not necessarily true. So, if we ask ourselves, what has happened to Pulse Chain with its networking problems, and how can we benefit ourselves? Well, I think it's a pretty simple answer, and that is because of Pulse Chain's networking problems and the problems that the devs have faced, and why the devs are now pitted against each other. That gives us plebs the opportunity to jump into our favorite ERC20 tokens. Period. To get the double, especially during this sideways and downwards movement, right? This is the perfect time to dollar cost average in and start scooping up your favorite ERC20 tokens. Now, my all-time favorite token to scoop up and earn yield on, who could have guessed, is HEX. Now, there are others that I buy too, but I won't mention them here. But my all-time favorite, man, I'm going to tell you. I love it. And it earns me between 30 and 90% a year, depending on which stake I look at. Anybody want to talk any security questions? Or any kind of general tokenomics? I'm happy to listen and to talk. Would anyone like to ask general questions before I bounce out here? I'm going to be here for about 10 or so more minutes. So if any of you would like to ask some general questions, I'm more than happy to answer. If you have more obscure questions, I will answer to the best of my knowledge, and I will proceed or dig into these answers on my own time if I do not have your answer. Alright, guys, listen, it's been fun, but I must pursue my ventures elsewhere. If anyone has any questions or any pushes related to me, feel free to DM me, right? CryptoQuack, PulseOG. You'll find me in this chat. You'll find me in PulseX chat. You'll find me in, I would imagine, all of the Hex chats, and a few of the other subchain chats. If any of you ever have any questions, please feel free to DM me, and I will do my very best to help you. Bye bye.